LoveLore Library. Chapter 488. They did not expect revered Lord Leng to be their sect master. This was too shocking. Daki's sect was only a 4-star sect, and their sect master was very mysterious. Usually, Tai Shou was in charge of everything. They even suspected that there was no sect master at all, or that the sect master had already passed away. However, they did not expect their sect master to appear today. Moreover, he was a venerable. That was the peak existence in the Tiannan region. Greetings, Senior. Thank you for your help, Lin Xian said gratefully. The situation just now was very dangerous. Even with his strength, it would be difficult for him to leave safely. Fortunately, revered Lord Leng intervened. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Little friend Lin, you're too serious. You saved my life before. This is nothing. Leng Rishuang smiled. What? Lin Xian saved the venerable's life before. Everyone was stunned. Ever since Lin Xian used the black flames, news about him was like a bomb. Each news was more shocking than the last. Revered Lord Leng, don't think that you'll protect this kid just because he saved you. You should know that he's a remnant of the Black Dragon cult. Revered Lord Scarlet Flame snorted. You keep saying that I'm a remnant of the Black Dragon cult. What proof do you have? Lin Xian retorted. Although Leng Rishuang was a venerable, he could not allow her to slander him. Kid, the Black Dragon Flame is exclusive to the Black Dragon cult's leader. How did you get it? You still say that you're not a spy of the Black Dragon cult. What? The Black Flames belong to the Black Dragon cult's leader. Is Lin Xian really a spy of the Black Dragon cult? Everyone was shocked. I was wondering what it was. So it's the Black Flames. Leng Rishuang smiled. I know the origin of the flames. You know. Revered Lord Scarlet Flame was surprised. Of course, because the flames are the same ones that were sucked from my body. Old man Scarlet Flame, have you forgotten that I was troubled by the Black Dragon Flame? What? The Black Dragon Flame is the same ones that were on your body. Revered Lord Scarlet Flame was shocked. Revered Lord Green Lotus and the others were also surprised. However, while they were shocked, they were also delighted because they could finally prove Lin Xian's innocence. Since such a peerless genius was not a member of the Black Dragon cult, they would naturally nurture him with all their might. Lin Xian was also shocked. Only now did he know that it was the Black Dragon Flame. It was actually the flame of the Black Dragon cult's leader. Who is this Black Dragon cult leader? What a terrifying flame. Could it be that the rumors are true? That the leader of the Black Dragon cult is really a black dragon? Lin Xian couldn't be sure for the time being, but he thought of something else. Back then, when he was fighting with the demonic man behind Yan Shan, the demonic man had used a type of white flame with terrifying power. Although the appearance was different, Lin Xian was certain that the aura was 70 to 80% similar to the Black Dragon Flame. He guessed that the white flame was most likely modified by the Black Dragon Flame. Coupled with the recent rumors about the remnants of the Black Dragon cult sneaking in, he had a bold guess in his heart. Although I am not a spy from the Black Dragon cult, I think I know who the spy is. Lin Xian's words caused a commotion in all directions. Even the Supremacies were shocked. Among them, Supremacy Blue Lotus asked, "Do you really know?" Supremacy Scarlet Flame sneered. He didn't believe Lin Xian's words. Lin Xian ignored Supremacy Scarlet Flame and nodded slightly at Supremacy Blue Lotus. I should be 80 to 90% sure. Who is it? Several Supremacies asked at the same time. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and swept his gaze around. Everyone who was swept by his gaze felt their hearts beat wildly. Many warriors lowered their heads. They were the ones who had mocked and ridiculed Lin Xian just now. They thought that Lin Xian was dead for sure, but they didn't expect him to suddenly make a comeback. Now, they didn't dare to provoke Lin Xian. Lin Xian was too lazy to pay attention to those clowns. His gaze turned and finally fixed on Yan Shan. Indeed, it was Yan Shan's thick white wrapping. Yan Shan's heart skipped a beat. He had the urge to run away. However, facing so many supremacies, there was no way he could run away. "Sir, what should I do?" Yan Shan asked the demonic man behind him. "Don't worry, he has no evidence. As long as you don't admit it, he can't do anything to you," the demonic man replied. Hearing this, Yan Shan was relieved. However, he didn't know that wisps of white flames had entered his body. The situation was very strange. Those white flames had completely fooled his senses. Kid, why are you looking at me? Do you think I'm a spy from the Black Dragon cult?" Yan Shan sneered. "Correct. You are a spy from the Black Dragon cult." Lin Xian's lips curled up. Everyone was shocked. They all jumped up and distanced themselves from Yan Shan, afraid that he would be implicated. The disciples of Marionette's sect were furious. The spirit-detecting realm leader snorted. "Although our puppet supremacy isn't here, it doesn't mean that our Marionette sect can be suspected." "I didn't mean to suspect you." Lin Xian shrugged. "I didn't say that Marionette's sect is a spy from the Black Dragon cult. It's just that Yan Shan and the living puppet behind him are very suspicious." "Do you dare to use your head to guarantee that Yan Shan and the puppet behind him are innocent?" Hearing this, the spirit-detecting realm leader of Marionette's sect fell silent. To be honest, as an elder of Marionette's sect, he had never seen the puppet behind Yan Shan. He had never even heard of a puppet that had a will of its own. "Do you dare?" Lin Xian looked at the other disciples of Marionette's sect. Those disciples also fell silent. Suddenly, everyone was shocked. Even the people of Marionette's sect couldn't guarantee Yan Shan's innocence. It seemed that Yan Shan was very suspicious. Yan Shan's eyelids twitched. He didn't expect the sect to not protect him at this time. "You're slandering me. I'm one of the 4 great prodigies. How can I be a spy from the Black Dragon cult?" Yan Shan roared. "The world is unpredictable. Who can say for sure? Maybe you weren't a spy from the Black Dragon cult before, but you can't say for sure now." Lin Xian sneered. "For example, you were one of the 4 great prodigies before, but you're not anymore." Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. "Slandering me. I'll kill you." Yan Shan grabbed the white bandage on his back and threw it forward. In an instant, the white bandage arrived in front of him. Under Yan Shan's control, the white bandage quickly fell off, revealing the scene inside. However, the situation wasn't as everyone expected. The demonic man didn't appear. Instead, a ball of black flames appeared. You still want to resist?" Lin Xian sneered. "What? Black dragon flame. It's the Black Dragon flame again." Everyone was shocked and retreated in fear. The 5 sovereigns were also shocked. They were finally sure that Yan Shan was a spy from the Black Dragon cult. Sovereign Red Flame waved his hand again, grabbing at Yan Shan. "Lord, save me." Chapter 489. However, no matter how much he screamed, the demonic man did not appear. However, more black flames came out of his body as if they wanted to burn everything. The golden armor on his body was wrapped in a strange flame and quickly sank into the ground. "You want to leave? It's not that easy. Leave the true dragon chi behind." High Lord Scarlet Flame snorted. He clapped his hands and a terrifying flame jumped. However, the black flame seemed to be of a high grade. It completely ignored High Lord Scarlet Flame's attack and quickly left with the golden armor. Humph! High Lord Sword snorted. A shocking sword chi slashed down and immediately cut open the golden armor. The other High Lords also attacked. However, the flame was very decisive. It gave up on the broken golden armor and quickly disappeared with a portion of the true dragon chi. Yen Shan, who was in the crowd, was wrapped in the black dragon flame and instantly burned to ashes. Looking at the ashes, everyone felt a chill. The black flame was too terrifying. Even a prodigy could not resist it. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian with deep respect because Lin Xian had such a terrifying flame. Yen Shan's death caused a huge commotion. However, what was more shocking was his identity. He was actually killed by a spy of the Black Dragon cult. Could Marionette's sect have also joined the Black Dragon cult? The 5 High Lords looked at Marionette's sect. Among them, High Lord Scarlet Flame's expression was cold. No, it has nothing to do with us. We don't know anything. The spirit-detecting realm martial artist said with a trembling voice. The other disciples also shook their heads to show that they did not know. Forget it. They really don't know. High Lord Green Lotus sighed. When the Azure Dragon Association is over, we will go and meet Old Man Puppet. At that time, everything about the puppets will be clear. The storm temporarily passed and the competition returned to normal. High Lord Leng came to the ancient city and smiled as she watched Lin Xian's competition. On the stage, Lin Xian condensed a trace of black flame and wrapped it around the wind shadow sword. Opposite him, Zhou Jianying looked serious. She had already seen the power of the black flame. It could easily burn a prodigy to death. However, she also keenly sensed that although Lin Xian also had the black dragon flame, it was difficult to use its full power. She thought that he should be able to resist it. Let's give it a try. Zhou Jianying raised his sword. Her great accomplishment sword will gushed out, and she slashed out with her sword. She did not hold back at all and attacked with all her might. The terrifying sword energy could even injure a spirit-channeling realm martial artist. Lin Xian also made his move. His sword chi fused with the black dragon's flames, greatly increasing its power. As soon as they came into contact, the black dragon flame quickly burned away the opponent's sword chi. At the same time, the Great Success Sword Intent also cut down the black dragon flame in a fierce manner. The two forces clashed, but in the end, the black dragon flame won. Seeing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The black dragon's eye was indeed terrifying. It could even destroy a Greater Success Sword Intent. Lin Xian's attack succeeded, and he continued to stab out with his sword. Countless sword chi rushed towards Zhou Jianying. In the next moment, the black dragon flames arrived in front of her, emitting a terrifying energy. The heavenly evil sword trembled and emitted endless light, as if it could not withstand the terrifying heat. Zhou Jianying used all her strength to push her Great Success Sword will and slashed in all directions. However, Lin Xian's 8th-level sword intent combined with the black dragon's flames did indeed surpass the Great Success Sword Intent. Helplessly, she could only admit defeat. Otherwise, the heavenly evil sword would be burned to pieces. For a swordsman, as long as the sword existed, the person existed. Zhou Jianying naturally would not allow her treasured sword to break. Therefore, she chose to admit defeat. Lin Xian retracted the black dragon flame. The true dragon chi in his body surged, and he once again grew to 80 feet. He continued to challenge the prodigies, and finally rose to second place, second only to Infinite Dominion. Infinite Dominion revealed a smile, and the battle intent in his eyes grew stronger. His body emitted an aura of disdain as he stared at Lin Xian. Very good. Finally, a powerhouse has appeared. I hope you won't disappoint me. Even when Lin Xian used the black dragon flame, he did not have a trace of fear. Instead, he was in high spirits. This was a martial artist who cultivated the hegemonic qi of heaven and earth. His entire body was filled with a domineering aura, and he did not put anyone or anything in his eyes. You must be tired from the consecutive battles. Let's fight again in the next round. Infinite Dominion said. Okay. Lin Xian nodded and replied. He indeed needed to rest. The battle with Yan Shan was fine, but the battle with Zhou Jianying had consumed too much of his energy. Moreover, there was a venerable in the middle, which made his nerves tense to the extreme. Now, he really needed a good rest. Walking down the arena, Lin Xian sat cross-legged and quickly adjusted his breathing. The crowd around him left, leaving an empty space. This was respect and reverence for him. Up until now, no one dared to underestimate Lin Xian. He was definitely the biggest dark horse in the Azure Dragon gathering in the past 1,000 years. He had fought his way to second place from a nobody. Next, he would fight with Infinite Dominion to become the leader of the final prodigies. Just thinking about it made people excited. In the second round, Infinite Dominion still did not challenge anyone. Soon, the third round began. Everyone fought with all their strength, revealing their trump cards, and began to fight with all their might. This was the last round. If they missed it, they would not have another chance. Lei Nidao's saber intent soared to the sky. His moves were bold, and he fought his way to 17th place. Zhao Shue's illusion technique was unparalleled. His illusion technique was not weaker than Yu Yan's. In the end, he also ranked 15th. Dongfang Xiong was even more impressive. The bloodline power in his body surged, and a golden shadow shone behind him as if he had crossed over from ancient times. A pair of golden fists swept through the surroundings. In the end, he ranked 10th. These three people's results were extremely rare in the past 100 years. Zhou Jianying lost to Lin Xian and was ranked 4th. Then, she challenged Prince Heavenly Flame and regained her 3rd place. Prince Heavenly Flame was unusually angry. Not only did his ranking not improve, it fell instead. However, the first few rounds were indeed terrifying, and he was not confident. He glanced at Lin Xian several times, but when he thought of the black flames, he held back and did not challenge him. In the end, almost everyone's battles ended, and everyone's rankings stabilized. At this time, they all looked at Lin Xian and Infinite Dominion. They were all looking forward to the final battle. Who do you think will win? Someone asked. It's hard to say. It should be Infinite Dominion, but Lin Xian's black dragon flame is too terrifying. It can even burn a green onion. I don't know if Infinite Dominion can contend against it. I originally thought that there was no suspense in this competition's champion. I didn't expect that it would be uncertain now. That's right. I'm afraid this is the biggest suspense in this competition. Although the black dragon flame is terrifying, Lin Xian has absorbed too little. Moreover, he can't unleash his full strength. I think Infinite Dominion should be able to withstand it. Indeed, we still don't know how strong Infinite Dominion is. After all, he has always ended his battles with one move. Everyone was looking forward to it. They couldn't wait for the two to fight immediately. Chapter 490. Lin Xian's sword intent was monstrous. The power of the 80% Great Dragon sword intent was infinitely close to that of an ordinary Greater Success sword intent. Moreover, there was a trace of terrifying flames dancing within it. Opposite him, Infinite Overlord stood with his hands behind his back, exuding a domineering aura. It was like a tall mountain that one could only look up at, and its aura became stronger and stronger as time passed. In the end, it surged forward like a wave. When the domineering aura collided with the sword intent, there was a sizzling sound. When the two collided, the domineering aura was pierced, and a hole appeared. Not bad, not bad. You can actually resist my domineering aura. You deserve to be treated seriously. Infinite Overlord's eyes shone brightly like two divine lamps. In the next moment, the aura on his body rose infinitely, like a mountain without a peak, piercing through the clouds. Raising his domineering aura to the extreme, Infinite Overlord let out a low growl. Domineering fist of heaven and earth. With a punch, an extremely domineering fist condensed between heaven and earth and blasted towards Lin Xian. Wherever it passed, the air shattered. In an instant, Lin Xian felt the air around him tighten, like a cage enveloping him. Before the fist arrived, the terrifying fist wind had already torn apart Lin Xian's defense. As expected of Infinite Overlord, a casual punch was filled with endless domineering aura. Sword intent bloomed in his eyes, and Lin Xian slashed out with his sword. The 80% sword intent surged, and the black dragon flame was contained within. Black flame sword slash. The black dragon flame surged out of the huge sword chi, whistling in the air, and quickly slashed on the huge fist. In an instant, the domineering fist was torn apart by the great dragon sword intent, and then the black dragon flame drilled into it, burning rapidly. Suddenly, the violent fist cracked and dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. The black dragon flame was extremely terrifying. Even a venerable would have a headache, let alone a fist. Humph. Infinite Overlord snorted coldly and waved his fist again. The cracked fist emitted an endless domineering aura. The aura contained an unimaginable power that counterattacked the black dragon flame. Then, Infinite Overlord roared into the sky, and an earth-shaking aura surged out of his body. He walked towards Lin Xian like an overlord. With every step he took, the ground cracked open, and countless terrifying craters appeared. Lin Xian's body trembled. As Infinite Tyrant moved, he felt the pressure on his body grow stronger and stronger, as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on him. This is bloodline power. Lin Xian frowned. The reason why Infinite Tyrant was so strong was that other than the hegemonic chi of heaven and earth technique, he was also a bloodline inheritor. The Overlord bloodline in his body was abnormally strong. Combined with the hegemonic chi of heaven and earth technique, he was able to unleash this tyrannical power to the extreme. I have to end this quickly. Lin Xian made up his mind. This kind of battle maniac would definitely become stronger as he fought, so Lin Xian did not plan to drag this out for too long. Raise the flames and burn the heavens. Lin Xian slashed out with his sword. Black dragon flames surged along with his sword chi. The flames danced and danced, covering everything. The void distorted as if it would shatter at any moment. The appearance of the black dragon flames broke that tyrannical aura. The space around Lin Xian also slowed down. Then, he attacked again. This time, on the wind shadow sword, the golden lightning and black dragon flames quickly fused, intertwining to form a black-gold energy ball. Thunderfire Annihilation. This was the first time he fused the power of lightning and fire. He had simulated this move thousands of times in his mind, so it was naturally smooth when he used it now. The Thunderfire energy ball accompanied the wind shadow sword and instantly rushed towards Infinite Tyrant. Boom! Infinite Tyrant stomped his foot, and his body shot out like a meteor. Afterimages appeared in the sky as he quickly rushed towards Lin Xian. The ground cracked, and the surrounding air was mercilessly torn apart. He was like a huge mountain, rampaging through everything. Not only was he violent, but he was also extremely fast. With this move, not only did he avoid the Thunderfire energy ball, but he also blocked Lin Xian's path. However, Lin Xian's Thunderfire Energy Ball was a killing move. It was not so easy to dodge. Under his control, the Thunderfire Energy Ball drew a strange arc as it quickly chased after Infinite Tyrant. However, Infinite Tyrant did not care. He instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian and quickly threw out a punch. The violent fist tore through space and landed on Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian quickly used the Golden Lightning Body to protect his vitals. At the same time, he also used the Illusory Demon Steps to retreat. Even so, he was still grazed by Infinite Tyrant's fist. It felt like a mountain had crashed into his body, causing his blood to boil and his bones to almost fall apart. As expected of the leader of the four prodigies. The strength of this punch was too great. Even a spirit-detecting realm martial artist would not be able to take it. Fortunately, Lin Xian had the Golden Lightning Body, so his defense was strong. In addition, he also had extreme speed, so he was barely able to block this punch. Although Infinite Tyrant's punch had injured Lin Xian, the Thunderfire Energy Ball had caught up to him. Boom! The void trembled, and a terrifying energy enveloped the surroundings. Heaven and earth lost their color as the Thunderfire energy spread. Not good, this energy is too terrifying. Infinite Tyrant might not be able to block it. Everyone looked over worriedly. The next moment, a golden light appeared in the terrifying energy ball and tore through the sky. Infinite Tyrant roared angrily and attacked with his spear, instantly blasting away the Thunderfire energy. His figure rushed out, holding his spear and standing proudly like a peerless overlord. Come, let's fight to our heart's content. Lin Xian also rose into the sky. He held the Wind Shadow sword in his hand, and his body was filled with sword intent. It was as if the sword god had been reborn. The two prodigies faced each other and then quickly charged at each other. Spear light filled the air, and sword chi filled the air. The two of them fought fiercely. Every attack could easily kill a spirit transformation realm martial artist. The two of them attacked with all their might and dodged at the same time. Their speed was extremely fast. However, as time passed, Infinite Tyrant became more and more courageous. The violent aura on his body was extremely tyrannical, as if he was looking down on the world. Lin Xian is in danger. Infinite Tyrant has already activated the Heavenly Tyrant technique to the limit. Coupled with his Overlord bloodline, even a spirit-detecting realm martial artist might not be able to take him down. Yeah, we have to end this quickly. The longer we drag it out, the more dangerous it will be. Lin Xian also knew this. In fact, he had planned to end the battle quickly from the beginning. However, Infinite Tyrant's strength was beyond imagination. It was not until this battle that he realized that Infinite Tyrant's strength was far beyond his peers. No one other than him could compete with him in this battle. Even Zhou Jianying might not be able to. Lin Xian, you will lose for sure. Infinite Tyrant laughed loudly. He held his spear with one hand and stabbed out quickly. The sky was filled with spear shadows, and the terrifying spear transformed into a roaring dragon. That might not be the case. Lin Xian stabbed out with his sword and split the golden spear light apart. Then, a look of determination appeared in his eyes, and the last bit of true dragon chi in his body quickly circulated under his control. He had refined it for a long time, but he had only refined this bit of true dragon chi. The rest of the true dragon chi was stored in the battle suit and could not be used at all. Chapter 491. If Lin Xian's single attack was the strongest, it would definitely be Meteor from Outer Heaven. Not only was it fast, but it was also very powerful. Combined with the true dragon chi, he should be able to defeat Infinite Tyrant. Thinking of this, he quickly circulated the spirit energy in his body. Then, He mobilized all the energy in his body, including the power of wind, lightning, the black dragon flame, and the great dragon sword intent. As well as the true dragon chi, all these energies were combined and shot out together with falling stars. This sword could already kill a spirit-detecting realm martial artist. In the sky, a bright sword light lit up, becoming the only thing in the world. Infinite Tyrant was shocked. This was the first time he felt a threat to his life. It was an instinctive reaction. Glaring, he also used his strongest attack. Overlord Stance, Annihilating Spear. The golden spear turned into a golden dragon under his control and charged at Lin Xian. Bang! There was a loud sound, and then everyone lost their hearing. Endless light lit up in front of them. They lost their hearing and sight, and couldn't sense anything. Only their bodies kept trembling. This scene lasted for a long time before slowly dissipating. When the dust settled, Infinite Tyrant stood proudly. His huge body exuded a domineering aura. One man and one spear, standing like an overlord. On the opposite side, Lin Xian also stood with a sword. However, there was a bloody hole in his abdomen. That was caused by the Overlord's spear. He had the powerful golden lightning body, but he still couldn't block that stunning spear. Lin Xian is injured. It seems the outcome has been decided. As expected of Infinite Tyrant. Even with such a powerful black dragon flame, he can still defeat Lin Xian. It seems that no one in the younger generation can defeat him. Everyone discussed. On the ancient city, the 6 sovereigns nodded slightly. This scene was similar to what they expected. It's an honorable defeat. Losing to Infinite Tyrant isn't something to be ashamed of. Lin Xian's mouth twitched. He quickly used the longevity art to stop the bleeding and used the golden lightning body to repair his body. On the opposite side, Infinite Tyrant stood with his spear, his expression cold. The scene was silent and a bit strange. What's going on? Aren't you already injured? Why aren't you admitting defeat? No way, could it be that Lin Xian still wants to fight? But he still can't beat Infinite Domination. No one understood. Infinite Tyrant's brows furrowed slightly, forming a Chuan character in the end. His firm and resolute face suddenly flushed red. Finally, his body trembled slightly, as if he was trying to suppress something. However, in the next moment, he involuntarily bent over and spat out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? Even Infinite Tyrant is injured. How is this possible? Everyone was stunned. Originally, they thought that Lin Xian had been injured by Ba Wuji, and that victory had already been decided. However, Infinite Tyrant suddenly coughed up a large mouthful of blood. From the looks of it, his injuries were even more severe than Lin Xian's. What kind of injury did you suffer? There aren't any sword marks on his body. Everyone looked over, but they didn't find anything. Zhou Jianying and Prince Heavenly Flame were even more shocked. They knew how powerful Infinite Tyrant was. He was an existence that could crush a generation's geniuses. However, they didn't expect such a person to be injured by Lin Xian. Regardless of whether Lin Xian could win, being able to injure Infinite Tyrant was enough for him to be proud. In the ancient city, the 6 sovereigns were also shocked. Lin Xian had once again exceeded their expectations. To be honest, although they were shocked that Lin Xian had used the black dragon flames to defeat Zhou Jianying, they could still accept it. Because the black dragon flames were an extraordinary existence. However, even with such flames, it was impossible to defeat Infinite Tyrant. Unless he had another trump card. But what was it? These sovereigns didn't know. You can actually break my overlord stance. How did you do it? Infinite Tyrant's body trembled slightly. He didn't believe that no one had ever broken his overlord stance. One had to know that the Overlord stance was the strongest defensive stance in the hegemonic chi of heaven and earth technique. Once it was used, even an early-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist would find it difficult to break through. With such a strong defense, coupled with the Annihilation Spear, it could be said that no one could block it. However, he didn't expect to make a mistake this time. Although the Annihilation Spear had injured Lin Xian, it hadn't caused any fatal injuries. Instead, his Overlord stance had been broken and he had suffered serious internal injuries. Right now, he looked fine, but the spirit energy in his body was very chaotic and he couldn't use it at all. Lin Xian didn't answer Infinite Tyrant. Instead, he slowly walked forward with his sword. With every step, the sword intent on his body became stronger. In the end, he was like a god of death. He raised the Wind Shadow sword and pressed it against Infinite Tyrant's throat. "You've lost," Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Everyone was shocked. This scene was too shocking. The leader of the prodigies, Infinite Tyrant, had a sword pressed against his throat and was forced to admit defeat. Even the sovereign's mouths twitched. There was nothing they could do. This scene was too surreal. However, what was even more shocking was that Infinite Tyrant didn't resist. With his arrogant personality, he definitely wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. There was only one explanation for his lack of resistance. He couldn't resist at all. Could it be that Infinite Tyrant has suffered serious internal injuries and can't move? Everyone guessed. Very quickly, this idea was accepted because this was the only reasonable explanation. Infinite Tyrant was unwilling. His bell-like eyes opened wide as if they were about to spit fire. However, no matter how angry he was, he couldn't suppress the chaotic spirit energy in his body. He could only watch as Lin Xian pressed the sword against his throat. He had lost, but he was unwilling to admit defeat. His pride prevented him from saying the words "admit defeat." Lin Xian put away his sword and sighed. Indeed, Infinite Tyrant was an opponent worthy of respect. If he hadn't refined a trace of true dragon chi and sent it into Infinite Tyrant's body at the most crucial moment, disrupting his spirit energy and preventing him from using his strength, it would have been very difficult for him to win. But no matter what, he had won. Turning his head slightly, Lin Xian said to the judge beside him, "Senior, you can announce the result." The spirit-detecting realm judge sighed. It was clear that Lin Xian had won. Taking a deep breath, he said loudly, "The result of the competition is Lin Xian's victory. Congratulations to Lin Xian for winning all the battles and becoming the champion of this year's Azure Dragon Society." Everyone was shocked and fell silent for a long time. Then, they erupted into heaven-shaking cheers. Dark Horse, definitely the biggest dark horse in the Azure Dragon Society in 1,000 years. From being unknown to first place, he had ascended to the throne. At this moment, Lin Xian had become everyone's idol. Fighting hard, not fearing geniuses, and finally becoming the champion. The million spectators cheered crazily. Their voices were like waves, louder and louder. Lin Xian smiled as he looked around, enjoying this moment of victory. The 5-colored armor on his body shone brightly. The true dragon chi on it increased to 90 feet. Chapter 492. The beautiful martial artists below screamed, their faces flushed red. "Lin Xian! Lin Xian!" Orderly shouts rang out, resounding through the clouds. Lin Xian closed his eyes and felt the true dragon chi. Soon, he seemed to have crossed time and space and felt the existence of the great dragon sword again. Lost place, Azure Dragon Sacred Hall. Lin Xian muttered in his heart. He finally knew where the great dragon sword was. At the same time, he also found a way to enter the lost place. That was to use the true dragon chi. When the true dragon Chi was in charge of his body, he could sense the lost place and directly teleport there. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he missed it, he would have to wait for the next Azure Dragon Association 10 years later. Lin Xian took a deep breath and thought for a while. He found that there should be no problem. When the time came, the 72 true dragon geniuses would go on stage to receive the baptism of the true dragon Chi. As long as he used the true dragon Chi to sense the great dragon sword, he would be able to teleport there. I can finally get the great dragon sword. Lin Xian clenched his fists. Looking at Lin Xian's voice, the martial artists below all had different expressions. Endless Tyrant's eyes were filled with unwillingness. He wanted to fight another 300 rounds. Zhou Jianying and Prince Heavenly Flame were silent. Zhao Shui, Ling Yidao, Dongfang Xiong and the rest were all smiling. Especially Zhao Shui, her beautiful eyes were fixed on Lin Xian. On the viewing platform, Iron Hand was slightly stunned. He had never dreamed of this scene. At the beginning, he only wanted to let Lin Xian gain some experience. Who would have thought that Lin Xian would directly reach the throne? Everyone looked up. This scene was deeply imprinted in their hearts. Many years later, Lin Xian would become a legend in the Tiannan region. Soon, under the restoration of the true dragon Qi, the super arena was restored to its original state. The first 72 Azure Dragon geniuses went on stage to receive the baptism of the true dragon Qi. The 72 martial artists were excited as they jumped on stage. As long as they received the baptism of the true dragon Qi, their bodies would be greatly improved and their martial path would be smoother in the future. This was the benefit of the true dragon Qi. It was also the reason why everyone wanted to fight for the true dragon Qi. The more true dragon Qi he obtained, the greater the changes to his body would be, and the further he would go on the path of martial arts in the future. In addition, the martial artist sect would also receive inexplicable luck. Therefore, all the disciples of the Daki sect went crazy. Venerable Lord Leng was also smiling. Lin Xian stood at the very front. True dragon Qi circled around his body, making him look extraordinarily mighty, like a sword god descending into the world. He waited patiently, waiting for the baptism of the true dragon Qi. However, at this moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and a huge shadow covered the ancient Azure Dragon City. Everyone was shocked and raised their heads to look. Lin Xian also raised his head, only to see a huge shadow above the ancient city, slowly covering the sun. From the shape of the shadow, it could be seen that it was a strange bird with a huge head. It was a few hundred meters long, and when it spread its wings, it blocked the sun like a dark cloud. The huge black shadow flapped its wings and rushed down quickly. Who is it? Is the Black Dragon sect about to attack? Everyone panicked. On the ancient city, the 6 venerable lords frowned. They sensed that the newcomers were not from the Black Dragon sect, but 3 young men. Venerable Red Flame snorted and was about to attack, but he was stopped by Venerable Green Lotus. Their aura is a little unusual. Don't attack first. Let's observe the situation first. The huge strange bird spread its wings and slowly descended a few hundred meters above the ground. At this moment, everyone realized that there were 3 figures on the back of the huge bird. There were 2 men and 1 woman, and they looked very arrogant. Their auras were abnormally terrifying, not inferior to the 4 great prodigies at all. Especially the young man in the middle, his aura was even more terrifying. Although he did not deliberately show it, everyone could still feel it. The 3 mysterious martial artists quickly scanned the crowd and finally locked onto the Azure Dragon sect prodigy. Everyone who was swept by the gaze froze. What a terrifying gaze. Who are these people? What are they doing? Everyone was shocked and did not dare to move. Soon, the three of them locked onto Lin Xian. There's no mistake about his appearance, and he still has the aura of the sacred bird on him. That's right, it's him. Then, the young man in a blood-red robe on the right walked out and pointed with his finger. A ray of light appeared on his fingertip and spun rapidly, containing a terrifying amount of heat. The purple ray of light flew out and rushed towards Lin Xian. The power of this finger was abnormally strong. It was at least as strong as the four great prodigies. Feeling the attack of the purple ray, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Although this move was not much of a threat to him, the opponent's arrogant aura and ruthless attitude made him frown. His expression was cold. He put his fingers together and drew a ray of sword qi, which he quickly slashed out. Qi. The purple ray of light was cut open and disappeared in the air. Not bad. You have some strength. No wonder you dare to kill the successor of the sacred bird. The young man said condescendingly. How dare you? Which junior dares to cause trouble here? Get out of here. The spirit-detecting realm judge shouted angrily. Humph. Who dares to stop our divine bird palace from doing things? The young man said arrogantly. Divine bird palace. Everyone was confused. The divine bird palace was not among the top forces in the Tiannan region. Are these people from outside the region? Even Overlord Wuji and the others frowned. They had never heard of the divine bird palace. However, the six venerables on the ancient city changed their expressions greatly. Divine bird palace. Are they from the Tianwu region? Are you from the divine bird palace of the Tianwu region? One of the venerables asked. Humph, at least you have some knowledge. The young man snorted. He was very arrogant and did not take the venerables seriously at all. The venerable's expression became gloomy and his aura fluctuated. However, he restrained himself in the end. He only snorted and did not make a move. Everyone was shocked that the venerables could endure such humiliation. Was the divine bird palace really so terrifying? Even the venerables did not dare to go against them. Heavens, what did Lin Xian do to cause such a terrifying force to hunt him down? At this moment, Venerable's Blue Lotus asked in a deep voice, what business do the three of you have in the Tiannan region? The successor of the sacred bird of our divine bird palace was training in the Tiannan region. We did not expect that he would be killed. This time, we are here to capture the murderer and make him admit his guilt. The blood-robed young man, Hua Shui, said coldly. What? The successor of the sacred bird of the divine bird palace died in the Tiannan region. The six venerables were shocked. They had high cultivation and wide knowledge, so they knew how terrifying this matter was. The divine bird palace was a powerful force in the Tianwu region. Its strength had reached the level of a six-star sect and could completely crush the entire Tiannan region. Although the Martial Alliance was the overlord of the Tiannan region, if they encountered the divine bird palace, they would be destroyed very quickly. The successor of the divine bird palace was the focus of the divine bird palace's training. If such a person was killed in the Tiannan region, the divine bird palace would not let it go easily. Who is the murderer? It's him. Chapter 493. The venerables were stunned and showed complicated expressions. Everyone exclaimed. They didn't expect the murderer to be Lin Xian. Is there a misunderstanding? Venerable Blue Lotus asked. No, we've investigated thoroughly. According to the information we received, he's the murderer. We don't need you to do anything. You just need to watch quietly. However, I'm warning you, if anyone dares to stop us, you'll be an enemy of the divine bird palace. You can't bear the consequences of angering the divine bird palace. Hua Shui warned. The venerables were silent, then quickly communicated with each other through their souls. Lin Xian was extremely talented and had a promising future. If he was properly trained, he could definitely reach the venerable realm. Such a person was too important to the Tiannan region. However, he had offended a super force like the Divine Bird Palace. If he didn't handle it well and angered the Divine Bird Palace, it would be a disaster. At that time, the Tiannan region would be plunged into disaster even without the Black Dragon sect. Therefore, everyone was caught in a dilemma. Lin Xian knew how dangerous it was, but he didn't expect these venerables to do it. Soon, he sent a voice transmission to Venerable Lang, telling her not to do it. Then, Lin Xian slowly raised his head and sneered. Is the descendant of the divine bird you're talking about the three-headed crimson blood bird? If it is, then yes, I killed it. Lin Xian didn't regret it at all. If he didn't kill the other party, they would have killed him. In the face of life and death, he would naturally kill. If he could go back in time, even if he knew the other party's identity, he would still do the same. You admit it so readily. Come with us obediently, and I promise to leave your corpse intact when the time comes. Go with you. Intact? Lin Xian laughed. It seems that you're quite confident. Do you think you can defeat me? You're courting death. Hua Shui shouted coldly. Don't be proud of being a genius of the Azure Dragon sect. Let me tell you, people like you are not even ants in the Tianwu region. One more thing, don't try to escape, or I'll kill everyone related to you. Hearing this, everyone's hearts trembled. The Divine Bird Palace's methods were too vicious. Not only did he want to kill Lin Xian, he also wanted to exterminate everyone related to him. This method was even more like a demonic sect than the Black Dragon sect. Lin Xian's face darkened. It didn't matter if they wanted to kill him, but if they hurt the people around him, he would never forgive them. His clansmen were frozen in Xia country, and the only people who were related to him now were his friends, such as Zhao Shui, Dongfang Xiong, and the others. If the other party really wanted to kill these people, he might not be able to stop them. Lin Xian had no choice but to seek help from Venerable Lord Lang. Soon, the Venerable Ones agreed to protect these people. After all, Zhao Shui and the others were also peerless geniuses. If they grew up, they might also become Venerable Ones. With the Venerable One's assurance, Lin Xian finally felt at ease. I hate it when people threaten me, and I hate it when people threaten my friends. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. His voice was filled with killing intent, and the great dragon sword intent on his body soared into the sky, ready to split the sky. So what if I hate you? An ant like you has no right to negotiate with us. Not only you, but no one in the entire Tiannan region dares to go against us. Do you think you're geniuses? Let me tell you, you're not even insects in my eyes. Hua Shui sneered. As soon as these words were heard, the green dragon geniuses below were furious, especially Infinite Tyrant, Prince Heavenly Flame, and the others. Their eyes were burning with anger. They were peerless geniuses, the most powerful of the younger generation in the Tiannan region. They had grown up with the halo of geniuses, so how could they tolerate such insults? Who are you calling an ant? Prince Heavenly Flame snorted, and the 8 Desolation Flaming Dragon diagram behind him roared. He was already depressed that he had dropped 1 place in this year's Green Dragon Society. Now that someone dared to call him a piece of trash, he couldn't stand it. I'm not convinced. Hua Shui stepped into the air. Show me all your moves, I'll let you know what a real genius is. 8 Desolation Flaming Dragon diagram, suppress. Prince Heavenly Flame roared, and the 8 fire dragons behind him intertwined, forming a mysterious flame diagram that covered the sky. A fire-based martial artist, and an earth-class martial art. Hua Shui was slightly surprised, and then he sneered. A good Earth-class martial art is wasted in your hands. Let me show you what a real flame is. He stretched out his index finger, and a ball of purple flame appeared on his fingertip, dancing. Then, the flame formed a fist-sized energy ball and flew down quickly. Boom! The purple flame hit the 8 Desolation Flaming Dragon diagram and tore it apart. What? Everyone was surprised that the 8 Desolation Flaming Dragon diagram was destroyed in one hit. That purple flame is too terrifying. This person is at least as strong as Infinite Tyrant. I don't know if he's an elite disciple or an ordinary disciple. If he's an ordinary disciple, then the Divine Bird Palace is too powerful. I don't know if he's an ordinary disciple, but the other two's aura are stronger than him. Look at the young man in the black robe in the middle. His aura is too terrifying. Everyone was frightened. They thought that the 4 geniuses were the strongest, but they didn't expect the 3 of them to be so powerful. They were not weaker than the geniuses. It seems that Lin Xian is in danger this time. The 8 Desolation Flaming Dragon diagram was destroyed. Prince Heavenly Flame was shocked and angry, and his handsome face turned red instantly. 8 Desolation Flaming Dragon, burn the world. Prince Heavenly Flame roared unwillingly, and his fists released a terrifying flame that rose to the sky. Humph, weak. Hua Shui snorted, and the purple flame between his fingers intertwined, forming a small lotus. With a wave of his hand, the lotus floated down and burned everything. Prince Heavenly Flame was severely injured after his strongest attack was destroyed. He kept retreating and spitting out blood. You! He was frightened. Judging from these 2 moves, his opponent's strength was definitely not below Infinite Tyrant. Humph, what a bullshit genius. The Sky Martial region is the holy land of martial arts. How dare someone call himself a genius in such a remote place like the South Sky region? What a frog in the well. Interesting, I'll take you on. Infinite Tyrant stood out, and his body emitted a domineering aura. Domineering fist of heavens and earth. With a punch, the wind and clouds changed. Hua Shui's face turned serious. This aura was enough to threaten him. He waved his hand, and the purple flame on it jumped, forming a huge purple flame palm that slammed down. Boom! The fist and palm collided, and a loud boom was heard. Destructive Spear. After the first attack, Infinite Tyrant attacked again, waving his long spear like a dragon. A golden light pierced through the clouds, and quickly hit Hua Shui, sending him flying. Chapter 494. Limitless Tyrant stood with his spear, exuding a domineering aura. You're courting death, how dare you hurt me? Hua Shui screamed angrily. Then, his whole body was covered in purple flames, condensing into a purple flaming bird and rushing down. The terrifying heat was vast and mighty, the flames seemed to be able to burn everything. Everyone retreated in fear. Limitless Tyrant held his spear and wanted to attack again. But this time, a green figure was faster than him. The sword intent was shocking, the blue sword light dyed the sky. The sword chi surged, instantly cutting the purple flaming bird in half. The terrifying sword chi slashed Hua Shui's body, sending him flying again. You can't even withstand a single blow. Zhou Jianing put away the heavenly evil sword and returned to the crowd. The crowd below was excited. They thought that any disciple from the Divine Bird Palace could crush them. But they didn't expect Limitless Tyrant and Zhou Jianing to directly attack and send them flying. The two used their actions to prove who was the trash. You think you're qualified to laugh at us? Lin Xian laughed, I think you're nothing. If someone like you died in the Tiannan region, I'm afraid you wouldn't even be able to enter the Azure Dragon Palace. What's there to be arrogant about? You're just trash that relied on resources. You're courting death. Hua Shui screamed. As a disciple of the Divine Bird Palace, he had a high status and had never suffered such humiliation. This time, he came to the Tiannan region with a superior attitude and didn't put anyone in his eyes. But he didn't expect that today, he would lose 2 battles to a martial artist from this barbarian land. Humiliation, absolute humiliation. Now that he was mocked by Lin Xian, his lungs were about to explode. Immortal Seal. Hua Shui's body was covered in purple flames. His palms quickly formed a seal, and a purple handprint appeared in the sky, suppressing all directions. With a boom, the huge purple handprint quickly descended, pressing down on Lin Xian. Before the handprint arrived, the air below was already ignited. However, Lin Xian's expression was cold. He only made one move. He pulled out his sword, raised it, and then put it away. The whole movement was smooth and fast to the extreme. Crack! The purple handprint in the sky suddenly split open and dissipated in the sky. What? Impossible! Hua Shui screamed. The Immortal Seal was one of his ultimate techniques. Even a spirit-detecting realm martial artist wouldn't dare to forcefully receive it. However, at this moment, Lin Xian had easily cut it down with a single slash of his sword. He felt as if he was dreaming. What other moves do you have? Use them all. However, I'm not interested in fighting someone like you. Lin Xian sneered. His opponent's words and demeanor just now had filled him with anger, so he naturally had to retaliate. You dare to scold me? Good, very good. Brat, you've angered me. You're dead meat. Hua Shui was so angry that he laughed. He decided to use his best move. Purple flames danced on his body, forming huge purple wings on his back. Then, a shocking change occurred to his body. Her body grew 3 zhang tall, and her bones became thicker. Purple feathers appeared on her head, and her head also became ferocious. With a low roar, a dark purple flame instantly rushed out and pierced through the void. What a terrifying flame! Everyone was shocked. Even Limitless Tyrant and the others had serious expressions. Undying flame. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. He naturally recognized this flame. He had even fought with this flame before. Others were afraid of the undying flame, but he was not. Firstly, he had the dragon sword will and could completely destroy the purple flame. Secondly, he now had the black dragon flame and was not afraid of the purple flame at all. He bent his finger, and a black flame appeared on his fingertip. It danced like the fire of the underworld. With a light flick, the black dragon flame flew out and instantly collided with the purple undying flame. The 2 flames collided, and a terrifying heat wave spread out. Extremely unstable cracks appeared in the space around them. Boom! Under Hua Shui's horrified gaze, the undying purple flame was quickly extinguished. Then, the black flame hit his body and quickly burned. Ah! In an instant, he was enveloped by the black flame and let out a miserable cry. The lady in green and the black-robed young man were both stunned. They frowned deeply. They knew the power of the undying purple flame. It came from the 3-headed crimson blood bird and was known to never be extinguished. But now, it was destroyed, and the opponent used an even stranger black flame. What kind of flame was this? It was even more terrifying than the undying purple flame. Humph! The lady in green snorted. She flipped her hand and took out a green feather fan. She quickly fanned it. Whoosh! Whoosh! The green airflow gushed out as if it had magical power. There were flowing lights on it. The airflow quickly enveloped Hua Shui and resisted the black flame. However, the black dragon flame was extremely powerful. It could even trap a venerable for 100 years. How could they get rid of it? So, even if the green airflow was magical, it could not get rid of the black flame. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, Hua Shui was burned to ashes. What? Hua Shui is dead. The lady in green was shocked. Hua Shui was a disciple of the Divine Bird Palace. How could he be killed? Even the black-robed young man in the center looked gloomy. He said in a low voice, "Green, go and kill him." "Yes." Green replied. Then, a murderous intent appeared in her beautiful eyes. It turned into a solid momentum and swept out in all directions. Obviously, Green was an expert. Her strength was above Hua Shui. "Boy, how dare you kill a disciple of the Divine Bird Palace? No one can kill you. Are you crazy?" Lin Xian laughed angrily. "Only you can kill me and I can't fight back. No matter what you say, you can't escape death." Green shouted angrily. "Then come, let's see who will die." Lin Xian's sword intent was monstrous. He was like a killing god. "One move is enough to deal with birds like you." One move. Everyone was stunned. The strength shown by the lady in green was definitely not below Infinite Tyrant. Even if Lin Xian was strong, it was unlikely that he could defeat her in one move. Green laughed. "Arrogant boy, it seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know how powerful our Divine Bird Palace is. Fine, let me see how you can kill me in one move." She was very confident in her own strength. She did not believe that Lin Xian could kill her in one move. Green waved the green feather fan in her hand, and a terrifying green light flew down. The green airflow flew out, and a terrifying energy spread in all directions. The air within 100 meters condensed as if it was frozen. Then, the airflow in the whole area became chaotic, forming a killing move. Any airflow could kill a spirit transformation realm martial artist. Even a spirit detecting realm martial artist would not dare to resist. Such a terrifying killing move made Infinite Tyrant and the others frown. They all looked at Lin Xian, wanting to know how he would deal with this move. Lin Xian had previously said that he would kill his opponent in one move. If he could not deal with this attack, then his previous words would be a joke. On the ancient city, the 6 venerables also frowned. They also felt that Lin Xian's words were too arrogant. Chapter 495. However, in the face of this terrifying attack, Lin Xian did not dodge as he held onto the wind shadow sword tightly. Then, the great dragon sword intent surged out. The true dragon chi on his body was brandishing its fangs and claws as it quickly flowed and merged into the sword chi. With a wave of his sword, a huge sword chi streaked across the sky. Slash! The sword chi swept out in all directions. In an instant, the condensed space was broken and quickly returned to normal. However, this was not the end as the sword intent slashed towards Lu Yi with an even sharper stance. Lu Yi was shocked as she waved her hands to form a green light defense. Her body was like a ghost as she moved quickly. However, she was still unable to dodge the sword chi. In an instant, the green feather fan in her hand was split in half and her body also split open as blood spurted out. What? She's dead. Everyone was shocked and stunned on the spot. The black-robed youth in the middle also narrowed his eyes. He knew Lu Yi's strength. Although she was not as strong as him, the people below should be enough. However, he did not expect that such a person would be killed by Lin Xian in one strike. She did not even have the chance to escape. The 2 disciples that followed him were dead and he had no way to explain this to them. Thinking of this, he stared at Lin Xian with a ferocious expression. In the ancient city, the 6 sovereigns' mouths twitched. They had guessed wrong again. Especially Sovereign Chihua, his old face was flushed red. This strike was too stunning. Lin Xian's strength was much stronger than before. Infinite Tyrant revealed a strange expression. He could feel that this strike was very similar to the one that defeated him. He carefully looked at Lin Xian, trying to see the secret behind it. Suddenly, his brows jumped as he cried out, "Could it be the true Dragon Chi?" "Yes, that's right. It's the true Dragon Chi." Infinite Tyrant seemed to have understood something as his expression was filled with excitement, followed by deep shock. Lin Xian could actually use the true Dragon Chi in advance. This was too unbelievable. One had to know that the last 72 true dragon geniuses could use the true Dragon Chi when they were baptized. At other times, it was stored in the battle armor and could not be used. Even sovereigns could not use it. However, Lin Xian could. After fusing with the true Dragon Chi, the power of his martial skills and moves had become enormous, far surpassing before. This was also the reason why Lin Xian was able to kill the woman in green in one move. How did this guy do it? Infinite Tyrant stared at Lin Xian in shock. However, Lin Xian merely smiled calmly. Not long ago, he discovered that he could already use the true Dragon Chi, which was great news for him. With true Dragon Chi, he did not fear those people at all. Even if the opponents were 3 spirit-detecting realm martial artists, he still had the power to fight. "Since you came all the way here to kill me, you should be prepared to be killed." Lin Xian had no intention of letting the black-robed youth go. The other party's methods were cruel. Not only would it be dangerous to keep them alive, but it was very likely that their friends and family would also be threatened. Lin Xian would never allow such a danger to exist. The black-robed youth also had no intention of letting Lin Xian go. His mission this time was to capture Lin Xian. Taking a step forward, the black robe on his body fluttered without any wind, and an enormous power quickly surged out. "Brat, you dared to kill a disciple of the Divine Bird Palace. You will atone for your crimes with your death. Not only you, your family, friends, and everyone related to you will disappear from this world." The black-robed youth's words were cold. He stretched out his palm, forming a mountain-like handprint, and pressed down. This is the aura of the spirit-detecting realm. He is a spirit-detecting realm martial artist. The crowd below exclaimed and dodged. On the stage, other than Infinite Tyrant and a few martial artists, the other Azure Dragon geniuses were all frightened. These people's bodies trembled uncontrollably. The spirit-detecting realm judge's expression changed greatly. If this hand pressed down, only a few of the 72 people on the stage would survive. This would be a great disaster for the Tiannan region. Therefore, he attacked in an instant, throwing out a terrifying fist. Boom! The two forces collided and then exploded. The terrifying hand disappeared, but the spirit-detecting realm judge was pushed back dozens of meters, cracking the ground. Everyone was stunned. The spirit-detecting realm judge was pushed back. How terrifying was this black-robed youth? Is this a disciple of the Divine Bird Palace? Everyone felt powerless. Humph! On the ancient city, Venerable Red Flame coldly snorted. He was very angry at the black-robed youth's actions. With a wave of his hand, he was about to attack. However, the black-robed youth's cold voice sounded, "If a Venerable makes a move against me, I can guarantee that in less than 10 days, all the major sects in the Tiannan region will be destroyed." Hearing this, the Venerable's expressions changed greatly. Venerable Red Flame's body stiffened, and his flame-like hand stopped in midair. A threat, a naked threat. However, they had no other choice. Because the other party had this kind of strength. If they angered him, the divine bird palace might not be able to withstand all attacks. At this point, everything was up to Lin Xian. No one could help him, and no one dared to help him. Lin Xian's eyes were gloomy. He shouted in a deep voice, "I said that I hate people threatening me, and I hate people threatening my family and friends even more. So, you can die now." With that, he waved the wind shadow sword, forming dozens of terrifying sword chi that slashed into the void. Every piece of meat was infused with true dragon chi. The huge power directly split the void. Kill! The black-robed youth also shouted angrily and swooped down. His body was encircled by terrifying lightning, and the color of the lightning was purple. Fire, wind, and lightning. The three divine bird palace disciples had these three attributes, and these three attributes just happened to be the attributes of the three heavens' vermilion blood bird's head. However, this green-robed youth's strength was clearly higher than the previous two. His cultivation had reached the early stage of the spirit-detecting realm, and his strength was beyond ordinary spirit-detecting realm martial artists. Under normal circumstances, no one in the younger generation of the Tiannan region could be his opponent. Even Infinite Tyrant couldn't. After all, no one in the Tiannan region had reached the spirit-detecting realm. However, Lin Xian could mobilize true dragon chi at this moment. His combat strength was very strange. His cultivation hadn't reached the spirit-detecting realm, but his current combat strength wasn't any weaker than a spirit-detecting realm martial artist. He was even confident that he could kill a spirit-detecting realm martial artist. The two exchanged blows, creating a huge commotion. Too terrifying. These two people are far beyond ordinary spirit-detecting realm martial artists. Is Lin Xian still human? When did his combat strength become so strong? Everyone looked up in horror and whispered. The black-robed youth became more and more frightened. As a spirit-detecting realm martial artist, he was very powerful. He thought that Lin Xian would be easy to defeat, but after dozens of moves, he couldn't do anything. He couldn't believe it. The gap between spirit-detecting realm and spirit-transformation realm martial artists was like a chasm between heaven and earth. Although some spirit-transformation realm geniuses could compete with spirit-detecting realm martial artists, that was when the opponent was an ordinary person. He was a genius of the divine bird palace, and his true combat strength was far beyond ordinary spirit-detecting realm martial artists. However, even so, he still couldn't take out Lin Xian. Chapter 496. Lin Xian's battle prowess had increased several times since he was able to mobilize the chi of True Dragon. He could now kill a spirit-detecting realm warrior. As time passed, the chi of True Dragon vibrated more and more violently. It was obvious that it was time for everyone to be baptized by the chi of True Dragon. On the super arena, a five-colored light bloomed. Pure chi of True Dragon gushed out from the ground and entered the bodies of the True Dragon geniuses. Suddenly, the chi of True Dragon geniuses circled around, forming shadows of True Dragons that roared ferociously. As soon as the chi of True Dragon came out, it quickly changed the bodies of those people. Immediately, many people closed their eyes and sat cross-legged, using the chi of True Dragon with all their might. Even Overlord Wuji, Zhou Jianing, and the others did not delay and began to cultivate with all their might. For a moment, except for Lin Xian, everyone was desperately using the chi of True Dragon. Feeling the chi of True Dragon in his body getting stronger and stronger, Lin Xian took a deep breath. His perception of the Great Dragon Sword was getting stronger and stronger. He had to end the battle quickly. If he missed this time, he would not be able to enter the Lost Land. What shocked him even more was that not only could he mobilize the chi of True Dragon in his body, but he could also mobilize the chi of True Dragon underground. This made him ecstatic. Just the chi of true dragon in his body was enough to kill a heaven-reaching realm warrior. If he added the chi of true dragon underground, his battle prowess would be heaven-defying. Of course, this battle prowess was only limited to a short period of time. Without the chi of true dragon, Lin Xian's battle prowess would return to normal. However, this was enough. At least it was enough to kill the black-robed youth in front of him. Seeing the five-colored light on the super arena below, the black-robed youth in the air frowned. He had heard of the chi of true dragon's special effect. It could increase a warrior's strength. Lin Xian's chi of the true dragon was obviously the strongest. If he were to be baptized by the chi of the true dragon, his strength would probably increase by a lot. At that time, it would be even more difficult to capture Lin Xian. This time, he had lost 2 disciples in the Tiannan region. If he could not capture Lin Xian, he would only die when he returned. Therefore, he had to take down Lin Xian no matter what. Thinking of this, the black-robed youth let out a low growl and began to burn the spiritual energy in his body. Streaks of blue lightning appeared on the surface of his body, forming mysterious lightning runes. It was the power of a bloodline, and a very powerful one at that. It was obvious that this black-robed man had inherited the bloodline power of thunder and lightning from the 3-headed crimson blood bird. Now that he had activated it, it was truly terrifying. He waved his hand, and a huge lightning arc appeared in his hand. With a light wave of his hand, he was able to tear the void apart. If this attack landed, it was likely that all the Azure Dragon geniuses below would die. Lin Xian didn't want to attract any more trouble, so he quickly took action. He fully circulated the true dragon chi in his body and the true dragon chi below him to form a 1,000-meter-long true dragon sword chi. As the sword fell, the terrifying sword chi split the void and slashed toward the black-robed young man. The blue lightning arc in the black-robed youth's hand also fell with a loud bang. However, in front of the enormous true dragon sword chi, that arc of lightning appeared incomparably tiny. As soon as it touched, the blue arc of lightning shattered and disappeared without a trace. What? This is impossible! The black-robed man screamed. At this moment, he was finally afraid. One had to know that the arc of lightning was his strongest attack after activating the power of his bloodline. That attack just now was enough to kill any early-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist. However, such a terrifying move was broken in an instant. He didn't dare to imagine how powerful the true dragon sword chi was. Soon, he realized how powerful the true dragon sword chi was. Because his body was trembling, a trembling that came from his soul. At this moment, the black-robed youth no longer had his previous arrogance. He quickly fled into the distance like a stray dog. At the same time, he roared crazily, "Boy, if you dare to kill me, the Divine Bird Palace won't let you go. If I don't kill you, the Divine Bird Palace will let me go." Lin Xian sneered. He wouldn't stop because of the other party's stupid words. Since they had become enemies, he had to be merciless. Seeing that Lin Xian was unmoved, the black-robed man was shocked and angry. He turned his head and said to the venerables in the ancient city, "If I die, the Divine Bird Palace won't spare the Tiannan region." His meaning was obvious. He wanted the venerables to stop Lin Xian. What does the battle of the Divine Bird Palace have to do with us? Venerable Chi Hua snorted. Although he was afraid of the Divine Bird Palace, it didn't mean that he would listen to everything the Divine Bird Palace said. Especially when Fong Fong was a spirit-detecting realm martial artist. If he wasn't a disciple of the Divine Bird Palace, he would have died thousands of times. Now that Lin Xian wanted to kill him, the venerables naturally wouldn't care. Seeing the 5 of them attack, the black-robed youth's face became distorted. He roared to the sky and burned the power of his bloodline to escape with all his strength. The next moment, the terrifying true dragon chi fell and enveloped him. Under the true dragon sword chi, he didn't even have a chance to resist and was instantly turned into a bloody mist. When everyone saw this scene, they were all stunned. The powerful spirit-detecting realm martial artist was killed by Lin Xian in one strike. This scene was too shocking. They would never forget it for the rest of their lives. The 6 venerables were also surprised that Lin Xian could use the true dragon chi like this. It seems that this kid has a lot of secrets. We need to find a time to ask him. They didn't intend to make things difficult for Lin Xian. They just wanted to know how to use the true dragon chi. If they could use the true dragon chi, their battle strength would increase by a lot. If they were lucky, they might be able to comprehend a higher realm. However, just as they thought this, there was another change below. After Lin Xian killed the black-robed youth with one strike, he once again used the true dragon chi below. He also used all his strength to sense the direction of the great dragon sword. The 90-foot-long azure dragon phantom on his body roared to the sky. Then, the true dragon phantom slowly expanded until it was 10 feet long. The 10-foot-long true dragon phantom quickly spiraled into a huge vortex, as if it was connected to a mysterious space. A desolate, mysterious, and vast aura was emitted from the vortex. This scene stunned everyone. Even the true dragon geniuses opened their eyes and looked at the scene in front of them in shock. In the ancient city, the 6 venerables were also shocked. They had participated in the Azure Dragon Association for hundreds of years, but they had never seen such a thing. They had never heard of a 10-foot-long Azure Dragon chi. Even at its peak, it was only 90 foot long. Not only that, but what shocked them even more was that the Azure Dragon chi could open a mysterious space. Chapter 497. Judging from the aura, it was definitely an ancient space, and there might be peerless treasures in it. If they could enter, it would definitely be a great fortune. They might even be able to obtain 1 or 2 inheritance items. By then, they would be rich. Thinking of this, the venerables became even more excited. Venerable Chi Hua was the most impatient. He laughed loudly and rushed toward the true dragon vortex. The pressure of a venerable was vast and mighty, enveloping the surroundings, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Not good. Lin Xian's expression changed drastically when he saw this. He didn't know what would happen if Venerable Chi Hua entered. He wanted to stop him, but with his current cultivation, he couldn't compete with a venerable. Boom! However, at this moment, a thunderous sound came from above. Venerable Chi Hua was sent flying at an even faster speed. He was actually sent flying. This scene immediately stunned everyone. A dignified venerable one was actually sent flying. What exactly was inside the vortex? Whoosh! Venerable Chi Hua stopped his body, his expression uncertain. At that moment, it was as if a mysterious force had hit him, and that aura made his hair stand on end. Is there a cultivation restriction? The other venerables also frowned. This was because some spaces would have cultivation restrictions for self-protection. This was a very common situation. It seemed that the space in the vortex above also had cultivation restrictions. Wudao, go and take a look, Venerable Chi Hua shouted. Okay. Crown Prince Tianhua was excited. He soared up and rushed upward. Following him were dozens of martial artists. Humph. Lin Xian snorted. This was summoned by him, so how could he allow others to enter? The next moment, he moved and flew toward the vortex. At the same time, the wind shadow sword attacked fiercely, releasing true dragon sword chi and slashing downward. Boom! Crown Prince Tianhua and dozens of martial artists were sent flying. How dare you! Venerable Chi Hua was furious and reached out his hand. Lin Xian sneered and released True Dragon Sword Qi again. When he was facing the Divine Bird Palace, no one came to help him. Now, they wanted to share this mysterious space. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Bang! The True Dragon Qi collided with the Heavenly Hand and held on for a moment before it broke apart. Facing a Venerable One, even if he had the Qi of a true dragon, it would not be enough. However, this amount of time was already enough. Lin Xian had already entered the True Dragon Vortex. Then, the vortex gradually became smaller and finally disappeared. The sky became clear again, as if nothing had happened. Damned brat! Venerable Scarlet Flame shouted angrily. Crown Prince Heavenly Flame's face also turned gloomy. However, no matter how angry they were, that space had already disappeared. Humph! I'll teach you a lesson when I come out. In the end, they could only snort coldly. Surrounded by endless darkness, Lin Xian did not know how much time had passed. It felt like billions of years. Suddenly, a blinding white light appeared, and he felt his body falling. In the blink of an eye, he activated his golden lightning body and formed his strongest defense. Puff! Countless waves splashed, and Lin Xian was surrounded by the lake water. He was lucky enough to fall into the water. With a sway of his body, he jumped out of the water and cautiously observed his surroundings. It was quiet all around. There was no one in sight. Where is this? The Lost Lands. Lin Xian was puzzled. Wuji, the snow-white little monkey also jumped out, and it looked around with its black gem-like eyes. The aura of the great dragon sword. Lin Xian was overjoyed when he sensed that inexplicable feeling. It seemed that he had come to the right place. The great dragon sword was here. Demonic beasts. Lin Xian's expression suddenly changed. He sensed that the water below him had become rapid, and there were dozens of powerful auras coming up. Swish! Using the illusory demon steps, Lin Xian left like a ghost. Caw caw caw. Dozens of ferocious strange fish suddenly jumped up and surrounded the place where he had been fighting. These strange fish all had the strength of the spirit transformation stage, and there was a deep blue fish that had the strength of the spirit detecting stage. These were only the strange fish that jumped out. Lin Xian sensed that there was a black mass of fish approaching from below. Fuck, what kind of place is this? His figure flashed, and he quickly left. It was too terrifying. A group of spirit transformation stage demonic beasts, and they were commanded by a spirit detecting stage demonic beast. Their battle prowess was extremely powerful. Not to mention him, no one below the venerable stage could stop them. This lost place was too terrifying. The more Lin Xian walked, the more frightened he became. Not long after, he saw a pack of wolves again. They were not weaker than the fish from before. He did not dare to be careless and put away the 5-colored battle suit. First of all, the battle suit was too eye-catching. It would easily attract the attention of demonic beasts in this forest. Second of all, the battle suit contained the chi of true dragons, which was the key to sensing the great dragon sword. It was better to keep it carefully. After putting the battle suit into the mysterious small sword, Lin Xian hurried on with the trace of connection he had with the sword. The lost place was a world of its own. The spirit chi here was many times denser than the outside world, which caused the demonic beasts here to be stronger. The surrounding plants were even more lush. Towering trees could be seen everywhere, and one could not see the end of them. Those trees were very big. More than a dozen people could not hug them all. They were over 100 meters tall and covered the sky. They were filled with a primitive aura. Lin Xian hurried on his way, shuttling through the forest. Not long after, he frowned again. That was because he felt the ground trembling slightly. Although it was very slight, it could not escape his perception. Then, the trembling became more and more intense. It was as if there was an earthquake. Lin Xian was alert and looked around. Suddenly, he saw a large amount of purple gas rising from the forest in front of him. It was vast and mighty like purple smoke. This is demonic qi. His pupils shrank. He had never seen such dense demonic qi. The next moment, he used his pupil technique and looked into the distance. Far away in the distance, there were countless black figures. They were like a black mass, like a torrent. A pack of demonic beasts. Lin Xian took a deep breath and turned to leave quickly. There were more than 10,000 demonic beasts. Each of them was abnormally powerful. He could not fight against them at all. Whoosh whoosh. The sound of something piercing through the air came from behind. It sounded like a sharp sword piercing through the air. Someone's here. Lin Xian was even more shocked. He did not expect there to be someone else in the lost place other than him. Is there another entrance to this place? He could not understand. As he ran, he used his soul power to sense. There were 4 figures behind him. 2 men and 2 women. Among the 4, 3 were at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm, and 1 was at the peak of the spirit transformation realm. However, their auras were very strong. They did not seem to be weaker than a spirit-detecting realm martial artist. Lin Xian estimated that the 4 of them had the strength of a prodigy. Because of that, he was even more curious about their identities. Although the 4 people behind him were also running, they did not look panicked. Instead, they looked very calm. Hey, there's someone ahead. Among the 4 of them, a young man with a black iron sword on his back looked ahead and frowned. Middle stage of the spirit transformation realm. Then, he revealed a suspicious expression. How did they get in with such weak cultivation? Chapter 498. Could he be a disciple of one of those trashy 4-star sects? They discussed with disdain. From their tone, it was as if a disciple of a 4-star sect was trash. If word of this got out, it would shock a lot of people. It had to be known that 4-star sects were the top existences in the Dragon Star Kingdom. Even in the entire Tianan region, they were top-notch existences. However, such a force was trash in the eyes of these 4 people. It was hard to imagine where these 4 people came from. Chu Feng, go catch that kid and throw him into the group of beasts behind. Maybe he can calm their anger. As long as we delay them for a while, our mission will be completed, said the youth with the iron sword on his back. Yes, senior brother. Chu Feng replied. Then, he sneered and his speed suddenly exploded. Like an arrow leaving the bow, he quickly rushed forward. Soon, the distance between him and Lin Xian was getting closer and closer. They actually caught up. Although Lin Xian did not look back, he could clearly sense everything. At this juncture, the other party was rushing towards him. It was obvious that they did not have good intentions. With a cold snort in his heart, Lin Xian increased his speed. In an instant, the distance between the 2 of them widened again and became bigger and bigger. Kid in front, stop, or don't blame me for being impolite. Chu Feng shouted coldly. He was a little angry. A small cultivator in the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm was faster than him. He had chased for a long time but could not catch up, which undoubtedly made him lose face. Especially when there was a cute junior sister watching from behind. This was even more unbearable. For a moment, anger burned in his heart. You're courting death. Stop. Chu Feng shouted angrily and waved a dazzling blade. The blade shone like the Milky Way and quickly fell. It just happened to envelop Lin Xian. Stubborn. How dare you run away in front of me? Chu Feng sneered. He seemed to have seen Lin Xian being cut in half by the blade qi. However, in the next moment, there was a sudden sound in the air. His dazzling blade qi was smashed into countless pieces. A sword qi that was even sharper than the blade qi flew over. Bang! Chu Feng vomited blood and flew out. What a powerful sword qi! Is it from the Four Deities Sword Villa? The three people behind were shocked. On the other hand, Chu Feng's face was filled with horror as his body trembled. Although he was only at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm, it was enough to deal with a cultivator at the peak of the spirit transformation realm. However, he was unable to block a single strand of his opponent's sword qi. This was simply too bizarre. Unless the other party was from Deity Sword Villa. Deity Sword Villa. Lin Xian frowned. It seemed like the four of them were not the only ones who entered the Lost Lands. Most likely, there were at least two forces involved. He snorted coldly and didn't answer. Instead, he swept his cold gaze over the three people behind him. Lin Xian's ambiguous attitude made the three of them worried, and they even looked a little nervous. The young man with the iron sword on his back rolled his eyes as if he was thinking about something. Very quickly, he let out a few dry laughs. So it's the senior brother of the Deity Sword Villa, nice to meet you, nice to meet you. After saying that, he no longer dared to pay attention to Lin Xian and quickly ran in another direction. Brother He, are we leaving just like that? Chu Feng gritted his teeth. What else do you want? Are you going to take revenge? The young man with the iron sword snorted coldly. Don't tell me you don't know what kind of place the Deity Sword Villa is. If you want to die, no one will stop you. Hearing that, Chu Feng trembled. He stopped talking and ran with all his might to avoid the demonic beasts behind him. Lin Xian, on the other hand, ran in another direction. However, he was a little worried. Judging from the other party's expression, the Deity Sword Villa that they were talking about seemed to be a powerful force. He wondered if the Deity Sword Villa knew about the Great Dragon Sword. If they did, things would become even more troublesome. The Great Dragon Sword was an offensive sacred art in the world, and it existed in the form of a sword. Its temptation was fatal to swordsmen. No swordsman could ignore the Great Dragon Sword. Therefore, the appearance of the Deity Sword Villa made Lin Xian wary. Not long after, Lin Xian got rid of the demonic beasts. Then, he stopped by the stream and prepared to rest for a period of time. During this period of time, he had been fighting. First, he joined the Green Dragon Society and participated in the competition. Then, he killed the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace and came to the Lost Lands. During this period, he did not rest at all. Even if his soul power was strong, it was still a little overwhelming. After summoning the little white monkey, Lin Xian separated a strand of soul power to explore the surroundings. Then, he closed his eyes and adjusted his breath. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Not long after, 4 figures landed. It was Chu Feng and the others. When Chu Feng saw Lin Xian, his body trembled. Then, he walked carefully at the back of the 4. The young man with the metal sword on his back looked at Lin Xian cautiously, while the other 2 girls kept staring at the little white monkey. What a beautiful little monkey. The 2 girls said in a sweet voice. Hey San, who had the iron sword on his back, looked suspicious. When did the Deity Sword Villa have a disciple who raised a monkey? He tried to recall and found that no disciple had a pet. At this time, the girl with the oval face was also puzzled. Senior brother, something is wrong. What? Hey San asked. I remember that the disciples of the Deity Sword Villa have a habit. No matter the situation, they have to carry a long sword on their back. That person didn't seem to do that. Damn it, how could I forget this? Hei San's body trembled. Suddenly, he understood everything. The disciples of the deity Sword Villa did have this habit. It was said that it was to comprehend the realm of one with the sword. From what he knew, no one dared to go against it. However, the young man in front of him did not carry a sword. There was only one possibility. He was not a disciple of the deity Sword Villa. Damn it, we were fooled. Hei San gritted his teeth and said. However, he did not know that Lin Xian had never said anything. Everything was just their own guess. Where did this young man come from? Not only did he dare to pretend to be a disciple of the deity Sword Villa, but he also dared to injure the disciples of the Tianfeng sect. Hei San's voice was loud and clear. It turned into a sound wave attack and rushed towards Lin Xian. Wuji Wuji, the little white monkey waved its claws and shattered the sound wave. Ah, what a powerful little monkey. Senior brother, I want it. The girl with the oval face said coquettishly. Okay, when we capture this kid, this monkey will be yours. Hei San laughed. It was worth it for a monkey to be able to get closer to his junior sister. Brother Hei, when we catch that kid, can I kill him myself? Chu Feng laughed sinisterly. Of course. The few of them talked and did not put Lin Xian in their eyes. It was as if Lin Xian was already a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. However, was Lin Xian really that? In the next moment, he opened his eyes. His gaze was like a sword, piercing through the void. That scene made the four of them tremble again. There was no other way. Lin Xian's sword intent was too sharp. It was exactly the same as the disciples of the deity Sword Villa. Kid, who are you? Hei San snorted. I will count to 3. If you don't answer, don't blame me for being rude. Chapter 499. 1. Black 3's voice was cold as he stared at Lin Xian. 2. The 3 people behind him all pulled out their swords and released their aura. As long as Lin Xian did not say anything, they would use all their killing moves on him. At this moment, Lin Xian laughed. Tianfeng sect. Never heard of it. Is it very powerful? What, you don't know Tianfeng sect? Chu Feng and the others exclaimed. Black 3 was also stunned. Lin Xian did not look like he was lying. Could it be? His heart suddenly trembled. Are you a native of the Lost Lands? Native. Lin Xian was surprised. Were there still natives in the Lost Lands? It seemed that he knew nothing about the Lost Lands, but the other party seemed to know a lot. If he took them down, he might be able to get a lot of information. In an instant, Lin Xian made a decision. Whoosh! He used the illusionary demon steps and his body turned into a shadow as he rushed towards the 4 people. You're courting death. Black 3 was furious. He did not expect Lin Xian to dare to attack them. This kid is very suspicious. Take him down and interrogate him. In an instant, the 4 people attacked. Black 3 pulled out his iron sword and quickly slashed out several sword chi. The terrifying sword chi tore through the void and crushed the surroundings. Chu Feng was behind him. She also waved her long sword and formed dozens of dazzling sword chi. The other 2 women's palm shadows filled the sky and it was very terrifying as they surrounded Lin Xian. Returning wind whisking willow sword. Willow branches appeared around Lin Xian's body and spun quickly to form a sword screen defense, blocking all the attacks. At the same time, he quickly slashed out with his sword. Poof! Poof! In an instant, the attacks in the sky were mercilessly torn apart and a terrifying crack appeared. The dazzling sword chi spread out in all directions. His body shook and he quickly attacked like a ghost. A ball of black flame appeared in his hand, constantly changing its form. Boom! The flame spewed out and turned into a cage in the air, covering the area below. In an instant, Chu Feng and the other two women were trapped in the black flame cage and could not move. Black 3 held on for a moment and was also surrounded by the black flame cage. How can mere flame stop me? Scram! He San roared, his body bloomed with light, forming a thick sword chi, and slashed forward. The momentum of this sword was vast and mighty. Even prodigious disciples would not dare to take it head-on. However, as soon as this terrifying sword chi touched the black dragon flames, it rapidly burned and was quickly burned into nothingness. Chu Feng and the rest were shocked and felt a lingering fear. What kind of flame is this? Why is it so terrifying? It was actually incinerated by senior brother Hei's sword chi in an instant. Fortunately, they did not resist too much. Otherwise, they would have been reduced to ashes long ago. Hei San was stunned, and his face also showed a touch of panic. However, it quickly turned into a ruthless look. He gritted his teeth and said, "Little brat, if you dare to hurt us, the Tianfeng sect will not let you go." Is the Wind sect very powerful? Lin Xian smiled. Well, although our Tianfeng sect is not a top sect, but we are still a 5-star sect, we will not be taken advantage of. Hei San snorted. A 5-star sect? Lin Xian was surprised. No wonder these people looked down on disciples of 4-star sects. It turned out that they were from 5-star sects. The difference between a 4-star sect and a 5-star sect was huge. A 5-star sect could completely crush dozens of 4-star sects. There was an insurmountable gap between the two. However, Lin Xian was not afraid. Previously, when Venerable Qi Huo was ejected, it showed that no venerables were allowed to enter the space. Therefore, he was not very worried. No matter how powerful these people were, they were at most in the spirit-detecting realm. Even if he could not defeat them, no one could stop him if he wanted to escape. Moreover, his goal this time was the Great Dragon Sword Soul. As long as he obtained the Great Dragon Sword, he would not be afraid of these people. Okay, tell me about the lost place and all the information you know. Lin Xian's expression suddenly became cold. Don't play tricks with me, or you know the consequences. After saying that, the black dragon flames suddenly burst out, emitting a terrifying heat that distorted the void. The 4 of them were terrified. They felt a sense of suffocation under the black dragon flames. The black dragon flames were too terrifying. Not to mention them, even if a spirit-detecting realm martial artist came, they would be burned to ashes. You don't know. Are you not a native of the lost place? Hei San said in horror, are you from another power? How did you come in? He was too shocked. The other party did not come from the same place as them, nor was he a native of the lost place. It was obvious that he came from another world. The lost place had always been controlled by their power. No one from other places had ever been able to enter. Now that such a situation had occurred, how could the 4 of them not be shocked? Now I'm the one asking you. If you don't speak, I don't mind burning 3 of you to death. I believe that at that time, the last one should be able to tell me the information I want. Hearing this, the 4 of them trembled and their eyes revealed a trace of fear. I'll speak, I'll speak. The oval-faced girl screamed. The lost place is controlled by the 3 great powers of the Sky Martial Domain. It opens once every 10 years. Other than the disciples of the 3 great powers, no one else can enter. Speaking of this, the oval-faced girl looked at Lin Xian with even more surprise. She had never heard of anyone other than the three great powers being able to enter the lost place. Sky Martial Domain, the three great powers. Lin Xian touched his chin and continued to ask. What are the sects? Tell me in detail. The three great powers that control the lost place are the Divine Bird Palace, the Divine Sword Villa, and the Moon Pavilion. These three great powers are all 6-star sections. They are extremely powerful. In addition, there are more than 10 subsidiary sects of the three great sections. Most of them are 5-star sections. There are also some top 4-star sections. Hearing this, Lin Xian's face was calm, but his heart was fiercely shocked. The three great sects are all 6-star sections. There was no such sect in the Tiannan region. Even Zunze had to give way to them. Now there were 3 of them, and one of them was his sworn enemy, the Divine Bird Palace. The gap between a 6-star sect and a 5-star sect was even greater. It was like an insurmountable gap between heaven and earth. There was no other reason than the fact that a 6-star sect had a king. Chapter 500. These people were more powerful than he had imagined. There was even a half-step honorable martial artist. Then, the oval-faced girl explained. Although there are great opportunities in the lost place, it is also accompanied by great risks. The 3 top forces will not send their most outstanding disciples here. Therefore, they were not very sure if there were any half-step honorable martial artists here. Lin Xian's heart sank. It seemed that the disciples who entered the lost place were all elites. Many of them were far more powerful than Ba Wuji and the other geniuses. These disciples were far more powerful than Lin Xian had expected. Lin Xian took a deep breath and continued to ask, "How much do you know about the lost place?" The lost place is an ancient battlefield. Legend has it that many extraordinary people are buried here. Some places can be said to be extremely dangerous. But there are also great benefits. Not only is the spiritual qi in the lost place many times more than the outside world, but there are also more resources here. Some things that can't be found in the outside world can be found here. If you are lucky, you might even find a lost supreme art inheritance. Hearing this, Lin Xian was enlightened. The lost place was equivalent to a treasure trove that was controlled by the 3 top 6-star sects. All the disciples who entered the lost place were here to gain experience and find treasures. Lin Xian was most worried about whether the 6-star sects knew about the existence of the Great Dragon Sword. However, he could not ask directly. Therefore, he changed his question. When you entered the lost place, did the sect give any orders? For example, you have to find something. Hearing this, their faces changed and they looked at Lin Xian in shock. Then, they looked confused. Finally, the oval-faced girl said, "Yes, it's actually not a secret. All the disciples who enter the lost place have a common mission in addition to looking for their own opportunities, which is to find the Soul Sword Beast." Soul Sword Beast. Lin Xian frowned. He seemed to have caught on to something. In detail. It was said that a sword principal expert had fallen in the ancient battlefield. Although he died, his sword soul was not destroyed and mutated in the lost place to form the Soul Sword Beast. These Soul Sword Beasts are incomparably strong and have great talent. They can be said to be a unique existence. Not only that, it is said that the Soul Sword Beast is extremely helpful to martial artists. Especially for swordsmen. If they can get a Soul Sword Beast and have it accompany them, it will be easier for them to comprehend sword essence and sword soul. Moreover, once the Soul Sword Beast matures, it will be a terrifying existence. It's said that even kings fear them. Soul Sword Beast. So magical. Lin Xian was astonished. He felt that this Soul Sword Beast might be closely related to the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Although he didn't know if there was really a powerful swordsman who had fallen here, he knew that the great dragon sword spirit of the world's offensive saint arts was buried here. Therefore, no matter what, he wanted to find a soul's word beast to investigate. Where do these soul's word beasts usually live? How strong are they? Lin Xian asked. The four of them smiled bitterly. Soul's word beasts are extremely rare. The lost place has been opened so many times, but not many people have been able to bring them out. Therefore, not only us, but even the top geniuses of the 3 6-star sects don't know where they are. As for the strength of the soul's word beast, the strength of a young soul's word beast is around the 9th rank, which is about the same as a spirit-detecting realm martial artist. That's all we know. We really don't know anything else, the oval-faced girl said. Then the four of them looked nervously at Lin Xian, afraid that he would kill them to silence them. However, Lin Xian didn't kill them. Instead, he knocked them unconscious, put away the black dragon flames, and ran away. However, not long after Lin Xian left, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the stream again. 7 or 8 figures landed nearby. The person in the lead was dressed in white. He was extremely handsome, and his body was filled with a violent aura. This person's strength had reached the spirit-detecting realm. As soon as these figures landed, they frowned. Several of them rushed to haste San and the others to wake them up. Who attacked you? Is it the Holy Bird Palace? The young man in white asked. No, it's not the Holy Bird Palace. Senior Brother Bai, something big has happened. Someone from another sect has sneaked in. Then the four of them told the story of Lin Xian. Of course, they exaggerated a lot. After hearing this, the disciples of the Tianfeng sect all became gloomy. This guy is too arrogant. How dare he hurt you? Don't let me see him, or I'll teach him a lesson. Humph, he dares to offend the Tianfeng sect. Only death awaits him. This is too strange. How did he sneak in? Should we inform the others? The young man in white pondered. That young man's identity is indeed suspicious, but I'm worried about whether he has other accomplices. Forget it. Let's report this matter. But don't let me see him, or I'll kill him. The young man in white said coldly. Let's go. We have to find the soul's word beast. Lin Xian was a little tired after running all the way. The lost land was bigger than he had imagined. He had walked for a long time, but he still hadn't walked out of the forest. It didn't look like an independent space at all. It was more like a real continent. In the end, he decided to stop running. Instead, he checked the situation and cultivated. Sitting cross-legged on a huge tree trunk, Lin Xian practiced the longevity incantation. Streams of rich spirit qi spiraled down from the sky and entered his body. All the spiritual qi that entered his body was guided by the longevity incantation to every part of his body. Finally, it gathered in the spiritual sea in his dantian. The longevity incantation was very magical. His cultivation efficiency was very high. Lin Xian estimated that the longevity incantation was at least an earth rank martial arts skill. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so efficient. The night passed silently. The next day, Lin Xian opened his eyes. His aura was a little stronger. The spiritual qi here was too rich. 1 day of cultivation here was equivalent to 10 days of cultivation outside. If he could cultivate here for 3 to 5 years, he would definitely be ahead of the geniuses outside. However, he knew that it was impossible. This independent space had a time limit. Once the time was up, they would be forcefully teleported out. Lin Xian jumped and shuttled between the tree trunks like a monkey. Buzz! He didn't walk for long. Suddenly, there was a sound in the forest in front of him. Then, countless birds and beasts roared uneasily. A group of demonic birds flew into the sky and escaped from this area. Lin Xian stopped and looked ahead cautiously. With his eyesight, he could see a shadow in front of him descending quickly. It was very fast, like lightning. The figure landed on the ground and turned to look at Lin Xian. Chapter 501. In front of him was a man in purple. Even his hair was purple. His fair skin was even more tender than a young girl's, and his handsome face had an evil smile. Although this young man did not have a strong aura, Lin Xian could clearly feel that this person's cultivation was definitely above the spirit-detecting realm. He did not have the true dragon chi to use now, so he could not easily defeat a spirit-detecting realm martial artist. Therefore, he did not act rashly, but looked ahead cautiously. Soon, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the sky again. A ghostly figure floated down and stopped beside the young man. This time, it was a woman. She wore a short blue skirt, and her blood-white thighs were exposed. This woman's figure was even more explosive. She had a slender waist and long legs. Her chest was so full that it looked like it was going to burst out of her clothes. Her face was even more charming to the extreme, with waves rolling around it, making people go crazy. The woman landed and patted her chest with her jade-like hands. She said, "Scared me to death. That giant mountain ape is really violent." An angry roar came from afar, spreading in all directions like a wave. Lin Xian was so far away, but he could still feel the killing intent in the roar. There was no need to guess. The roar was definitely related to these two people. At this moment, the charming woman also looked at Lin Xian. "Senior brother, who is he?" The purple-haired man shook his head. His eyes were cold as he asked in a deep voice. "Kid, which sect are you from?" Lin Xian could feel the killing intent hidden deep in the purple-haired man's heart. He frowned slightly. Then, he slowly said, "Tianfeng sect." He did not want others to know that he came from outside the realm, so he could only make up a sect. "Oh, you are actually from Tianfeng sect." The purple-haired man's killing intent disappeared, and he laughed. "We are disciples of the moon-embracing pavilion. Speaking of which, Tianfeng sect is also our subsidiary sect." Moon-embracing pavilion. Lin Xian's heart jumped. The other party was actually a disciple of a six-star sect. No wonder he was so strong. What surprised him even more was that Tianfeng sect was actually a subsidiary sect of the moon-embracing pavilion. Helpless, he could only continue with the lie just now. "Greetings, senior brother and senior sister." Lin Xian cupped his hands. "Why are you here? Isn't this a group operation?" The purple-haired man asked. "There was a beast tied just now, so I got separated from my fellow apprentices," Lin Xian said. The purple-haired man nodded without any doubt. Then, he said in a deep voice, "Here's some food. Go wash it and barbecue it." He gave a bunch of orders, completely treating Lin Xian as a subordinate. Lin Xian did not decline and began to clean up the corpses of the demonic beasts that the purple-haired man had thrown out. However, he sneered in his heart. The other party was completely treating him as a mid-stage spirit transformation realm cultivator. This was good too. He could hide his strength. While Lin Xian was busy, the flirtatious lady asked, "Senior brother, he is clearly not a disciple of Tianfeng sect, why don't you kill him?" A trace of killing intent appeared in the beautiful woman's eyes. It turned out that Tianfeng sect was not a subordinate sect of the moon-embracing pavilion. The two of them had already discovered Lin Xian's weakness, but they did not expose it. No rush. He is just a mid-stage spirit transformation realm brat. How big of a wave can he cause? Didn't we have no way to deal with the giant mountain ape? We can use him as bait. The two of them communicated with their souls, and then a cold smile appeared on their faces. There were many types of soul communication. One type was extremely secretive, and ordinary people would not be able to detect it. However, the two of them were extremely disdainful of Lin Xian's cultivation base. Thus, they used the simplest method of soul communication. Add the fact that Lin Xian's soul power was formidable, he was able to easily capture the soul fluctuations. Then, he snorted in his heart, and a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Soon, a fire was set up, and 3 large demonic beasts were placed on the fire and quickly barbecued. Soon, bursts of meat fragrance wafted out. Then, the two of them enjoyed the food with satisfaction, and even rudely ordered Brother Xian to cut the meat and pour wine. During the conversation, Lin Xian learned that the purple-haired young man was called Su Qing, and his cultivation was at the early stage of the spirit-detecting realm. The beautiful woman was called Wang Qi, and her cultivation was at the peak of the spirit transformation realm. Both of them were disciples of the moon-embracing pavilion, and their statuses were respected. At this moment, the purple-haired man, Su Qing, played with the wine cup in his hand and ordered Lin Xian. "Rest today, and leave with us tomorrow." "What is it?" Lin Xian asked. "There's no harm in telling you. This is a great opportunity for you. We found a 3,000-year-old blood sunflower. Originally, this credit belonged to us, but you served us today, so it counts as a contribution. So tomorrow, when we go pick the blood sunflower, we will bring you along. When the time comes, we will give you a large amount of contribution to the sect." The purple-haired man, Su Qing, was very generous. If one didn't know, they would really be grateful to him. However, Lin Xian had already felt their killing intent, so he naturally wouldn't believe their words. However, in order to put on an act, he still pretended to be very excited. "It seems like the 3,000-year-old blood-eye flower is real, but it will be quite troublesome." Lin Xian walked to the side and sat down cross-legged as he thought to himself. Lin Xian quickly guessed the situation after hearing the angry roars during the day and hearing the two's conversation. The 3,000-year-old blood sunflower was definitely being guarded by a powerful giant mountain ape. The two of them couldn't capture the giant mountain ape, so they wanted to use Lin Xian as bait. A 3,000-year-old blood sunflower is indeed a precious spiritual medicine. Lin Xian was tempted. It had to be known that there were very few spiritual medicines that were over 1,000 years old in the outside world. But here there was a 3,000-year-old blood sunflower. If it was taken out, even an honorable one would go crazy. Lin Xian separated a strand of his soul to guard it, then he quickly entered a state of cultivation. The spiritual energy in the lost place was very dense, and he wouldn't waste it. Not far away, Su Qing and Wang Qi also sat down cross-legged to cultivate after eating. The next day, when the sun had just risen, the three of them began their journey. The three of them passed through layers of trees and walked into the depths of the forest. The deeper they went, the thicker the trees became. The trees were 100 meters tall, and their leaves were as big as millstones, covering the sky and the sun. Along the way, Lin Xian saw many bones lying on the ground. The bones were of different sizes, the longest was more than 10 meters long, and the smallest was 2 to 3 meters long. Obviously, these were all monsters that had been hunted. These scenes further illustrated the dangers of the primeval forest. If one wasn't careful, they would become a pile of bones. As they went deeper, the more bones there were, and the air gradually became heavy, making it difficult for them to breathe. There was also some visible purple-black qi floating in the air. Lin Xian knew that it was demonic qi. Only extremely powerful demonic beasts could form such a terrifying demonic aura. Chapter 502. Soon, the surroundings became abnormally quiet. Along the way, Lin Xian could often hear the roars of tigers and the cries of apes. However, it was completely silent here, as if the beasts had all disappeared. Even Su Qing and Wang Qi had grave expressions on their faces. They had even concealed their auras. Lin Xian followed behind them and also hid his aura. Wang Qi was a little surprised by his actions. Wang Qi said, "This kid is smarter than I thought. Is there really no problem with this?" "No problem." Su Qing sneered and also said, "This kid is hiding his strength. I estimate his strength to be at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. This kind of strength won't be able to do anything to us." Su Qing was very confident. They were both disciples of six-star sects and had the strength to fight above their cultivation level. Not to mention him, even his junior sister Wang Qi, who was at the peak of the spirit transformation realm, could fight against a normal spirit detecting realm cultivator in a real battle. Therefore, in their opinion, even if Lin Xian was hiding his strength, he wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. The three of them continued to walk. Half a day later, they arrived in front of a mountain. The mountain was at least 1,000 meters tall and was surrounded by giant trees and vines. There was a cave dozens of meters tall in the mountain, and a dense and gloomy aura came from within. Lin Xian and the other two stood 5,000 meters away from the cave and quietly looked over. About 100 meters away from the cave, there was a blood-colored flower that was blooming with a scarlet light. Lin Xian looked over. He knew that it was the 3,000-year-old snow sunflower. "Junior brother Lin, do you see the flower that looks like a heart on the west side of the cave?" The purple-haired man smiled and said, "You can bring that flower here later. We'll escort you." Lin Xian raised his head and looked over. Sure enough, there was a red spirit flower about 30 meters to the west of the cave. However, it wasn't the blood sunflower. If it was an ordinary person, they might have been fooled. However, Lin Xian had learned about herbs from a peerless expert like Wine Lord. It was impossible for him to be fooled. "It seems like these two really are using me as bait." Lin Xian sneered in his heart, but he still looked very excited. Seeing Lin Xian's expression, the two of them sneered in their hearts. What an idiot. After the ecstasy, Lin Xian's face revealed a troubled expression. Judging from the demonic qi in the surroundings, there should be some terrifying demonic beasts, right? He asked worriedly. "Don't worry, we're here. We definitely won't let you get hurt." Su Qing patted Lin Xian's shoulder. Then, his face darkened. "What? Don't you believe me? Or are you unwilling to work for the Moon Pavilion?" As he finished speaking, his eyes gradually became sharp, and his body carried a strong murderous aura. "All right." Lin Xian nodded, pretending to be very scared. "Don't worry, I won't let you get hurt. As long as you pick the bloody yang flower, I will report it to the sect and give you a great merit." Su Qing smiled again. In the end, Lin Xian moved and ran toward the west side of the cave. He didn't show too much speed, but he displayed the speed of someone at the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm. However, that was still very fast. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the cave. Along the way, he quietly let out the little white monkey. However, he didn't let the little white monkey attack immediately. Instead, he let it hide in the dark. If he attacked now, although he would get the bloody yang flower, he would be hunted down by Su Qing, Wang Qi, and the giant mountain ape. With Lin Xian's current cultivation, there was no way he could fight against so many people. After summoning the little white monkey, Xian quickly arrived at the west side of the cave. The next moment, an angry roar came from the cave. It was like a thunderclap that caused the entire sky to tremble. The ground trembled and a gust of wind swept by. A black figure the size of a small mountain quickly rushed over, carrying with it endless demonic chi. Giant mountain ape. In the distance, Su Qing and Wang Qi saw this scene and quickly rushed toward the real bloody yang flower. As long as the two of them got the bloody yang flower, they would immediately leave. They didn't care about Lin Xian's life or death. However, although the two of them were fast, they were still a step too slow. A white figure flashed and instantly picked the 3,000-year-old bloody yang flower. Wooji Wooji, the little white monkey, hugged the bloody yang flower and was very excited. Its eyes were filled with disdain. Damn it, where did this monkey come from? Su Qing was furious. Wang Qi also shouted. He quickly waved his hand and sent out a terrifying palm shadow toward the little white monkey. However, the little white monkey was extremely fast. It was far faster than he had imagined. With a shake, it dodged all the attacks. After dodging the attacks, it still stood there with a mocking expression on its face. The giant mountain ape immediately went berserk when it saw the bloody yang flower being picked. It no longer paid any attention to Lin Xian. Instead, it rushed towards Su Qing and the other man. What should we do, master? Wang Qi was worried. Quickly, grab it. Su Qing clenched his teeth and said. A powerful aura burst out from his body and shrouded the surroundings. He didn't believe that he and his junior sister couldn't catch a little monkey. What made him angry was that when did this damn monkey appear? It clearly wasn't here the last time. Could it be him? Su Qing immediately thought of Lin Xian, but he quickly dismissed that thought. Lin Xian was only at the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm. How could he have such a fast little monkey? Let's grab it first. Instead of letting his mind wander, he quickly made his move. Terrifying attacks enveloped the surroundings. In an instant, the entire area was covered by a terrifying aura. Seeing the three of them fighting over the bloody yang flower, the giant mountain ape was even more furious. It roared at the sky and rushed over. In the mountains, a tall figure was running like a small mountain. The figure was abnormally tall. It was dozens of meters tall and had brown skin that was as sturdy as a rock. Its body was covered with a layer of demonic aura. It was very terrifying. Lin Xian also used his maximum speed to follow behind the giant mountain ape. He was like a ghost, not making a sound. Whoosh! The little white monkey hugged the bloody yang flower and rushed towards Su Qing before disappearing. What's going on? Su Qing was startled. He quickly scanned the surroundings, but he still couldn't find the little white monkey. Just then, a shadow shrouded him. The giant mountain ape had already arrived before him. Its terrifying palm carried a violent demonic aura as it smashed down. Boom! A terrifying crater appeared on the ground as Su Qing retreated in a sorry state. In the next period of time, the giant mountain ape attacked Su Qing like crazy. Damn it, what's going on? Why is it always attacking me? Su Qing was furious. He clearly didn't get the bloody yang flower, but the giant mountain ape was still staring at him. Senior brother, what should we do? Wang Qi called out from afar. Damn it, hurry up and find that monkey. Su Qing roared. He wanted to retreat, but he was unwilling to give up. The bloody yang flower had already been taken. If he gave up now, he wouldn't have another chance. With his strength, he could still fight against the giant mountain ape for a while. As long as Wang Qi found the little monkey and captured it, she would be able to get the bloody yang flower. Her face was pale, and she could no longer care about anything else as she fled into the distance. A white light flashed, and the little snow-white monkey appeared. It took off the storage ring and turned into a ray of colorful light, flying into the distance. Lin Xian followed Wang Qi. Since he had already fallen out with her, he would not let her go so easily. The giant mountain ape roared and chased after the little snow-white monkey. On the other hand, Lin Xian used the illusory demonic steps to block Wang Qi's path. Wang Qi was like a frightened rabbit. She was so scared that she fell to the ground. Her face was pale, and her expression was filled with panic. "Don't kill me, don't kill me." She kept repeating, "I have no intention of harming you. It's all Su Qing's fault. He wants to harm you. He's a spirit-detecting realm cultivator, so I have to listen to him. Really, I really don't want to harm you." Wang Qi tried her best to explain, pouring all the dirty water on Su Qing. However, Lin Xian's expression was cold, and he remained unmoved. Seeing that her words had no effect, Wang Qi clenched her fists. She bit her lips tightly, and a charming look appeared in her eyes. "As long as you promise not to kill me, I can agree to any of your requests." She purposely emphasized the word any and even made a charming gesture. With a wave of her hand, Wang Qi removed the emerald green skirt. Then, she let out an extremely seductive voice. She was like a little wild cat, quickly crawling toward Lin Xian. Pooh! Sword light flashed, and blood sprayed into the sky. Lin Xian put away his sword and suddenly turned around. Wang Qi's eyes widened, and she fell down powerlessly. Even in death, she couldn't believe that someone could ignore her beauty and attack her so decisively. To be honest, Lin Xian had no interest in a woman like Wang Qi. As long as it was his enemy, he would not show mercy. After dealing with Wang Qi, Lin Xian took her storage ring and quickly left. Soon, he met up with the little blood-white monkey. Holding the 3,000-year-old blood sunflower, Lin Xian smiled with satisfaction. If he was lucky, this blood sunflower might be able to help him break through to the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. At that time, his strength would increase greatly, and his survival ability in the Lost Lands would also increase greatly. Although today's battle had been fast, Lin Xian might not have been able to kill a spirit-detecting realm cultivator like Su Qing under normal circumstances. After all, Su Qing was also a disciple of a top sect and must have many trump cards. Fortunately, he had the help of the giant mountain ape, and he had ambushed him, so he was able to succeed. With so many geniuses appearing, it seemed that he had to quickly increase his strength. Lin Xian found a safe place and began to absorb the blood sunflower. A ball of red light entered his stomach, and the next moment, he felt as if his entire body was about to burn. An unusually large amount of energy rushed through his body. The 3,000-year-old blood sunflower contained an extremely large amount of spirit qi, and its effects were better than any of the spirit pills he had taken before. Soon, his body was covered by a ball of red light, which was like a red flame that was jumping around. Under the guidance of the art of longevity, this large amount of energy quickly circulated in his body. His strength was also increasing rapidly. Half a day later, the fiery red light gradually disappeared and finally returned to normal. Lin Xian opened his eyes and revealed a trace of a smile. His cultivation had finally broken through to the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. If the current him were to fight against someone like Su Qing, even if he didn't launch a sneak attack, he was confident that he would be able to kill him fair and square. Chapter 504. According to the information he obtained, the Lost Lands could be open for half a year. When he came in, it had just opened, so there was still plenty of time. He planned to increase his strength first, so that when it was time to seize the Great Dragon Sword, he would have a greater chance. Just as Lin Xian was increasing his strength, in another part of the Lost Lands, a woman in purple suddenly stopped. She waved her hand, and dozens of jade tokens appeared in front of her. Two of them were broken in the middle and became dim. There were 5 or 6 people around the woman in purple. When they saw this scene, they were shocked. This is impossible. Su Qing and Wang Qi are dead. Who killed them? Could it be the Divine Bird Palace? I don't know, but other than the Divine Bird Palace and the Deity Sword Villa, no one else has the courage to kill our Moon Pavilion's people. Investigate. We must investigate thoroughly and bring the murderer back. The woman in purple's face turned cold. Those who dared to kill the Moon Pavilion's disciples must pay the price in blood. She was angry. Their Moon Pavilion was a 6-star sect, and their strength was extremely strong. No one dared to provoke them. Even the Divine Bird Palace and the Deity Sword Villa would not kill them, so this matter was very strange. The few of them moved quickly and soon found the place where Su Qing and Wang Qi were killed. Su Qing had been turned into a pile of meat, and the wounds could not be seen clearly. However, from Wang Qi's wounds, the murderer should be a swordsman who was very strong. Could it be someone from the Deity Sword Villa? I don't know, but it seems that Wang Qi did not succeed when he was alive. The murderer should be a ruthless person. Collect the aura nearby. The leading woman in purple said. Next to her, a woman in black nodded, and then she summoned a spotted bird from her storage bag. The palm-sized spotted bird wandered around as if it was sensing something. Not long after, it let out a chirp, and then its wings flapped, pointing in a direction. Found it. The woman in black said. The 3 of you go and catch the murderer. Remember, you can only succeed, not fail. The woman in purple said coldly. Don't worry, senior sister Yu, we will definitely bring the murderer here. The woman in black and the other 2 young men moved quickly, and followed the petal bird into the distance. In the cave, Lin Xian did not leave immediately after he finished increasing his cultivation. He wanted to consolidate his strength. During this period of time, his cultivation had increased very quickly, and he had mastered many unique skills and trump cards. However, sometimes it was not a good thing to be too fast. He needed to properly accumulate these things. First was the Black Dragon Flame. If he wanted to comprehend the concept of fire, he still needed to work on the Black Dragon Flame. Moreover, his current method of using the Black Dragon Flames was too monotonous. He simply hadn't been able to fully utilize its might. Fortunately, they had Wine Lord, an experienced and peerless expert. Lin Xian quickly learned various flame techniques from Wine Lord. Then, he sat down cross-legged and flicked his fingers. Balls of black flames appeared at his fingertips. Following his thoughts, the flames kept changing their forms. In the end, the Black Dragon Flame continued to dance, forming a small black dragon that swam between his palms. Immediately, the temperature in the cave rose abruptly. The fire attribute spiritual qi in the air also vibrated non-stop, resonating with it. It was as if it could manipulate the fire elemental spiritual energy at will. This feeling was very mysterious. It had already surpassed the control of a spirit transformation realm warrior and reached the level of a spirit detecting realm warrior. A harmonious spirit realm warrior could only use the basics of spiritual energy. When they reached the spirit transformation realm, they could merge with the spiritual qi of heaven and earth and transform it into multiple attacks. However, when they reached the spirit detecting realm, they could use a single type of spiritual energy. For example, a fire attribute warrior could use only the fire attribute spiritual qi without affecting the other types of spiritual energy. This would make the power of their moves even greater. Lin Xian did not expect that he could reach this realm in advance. Then, he worked even harder to cultivate the Black Dragon Flame, striving to comprehend the concept of fire as soon as possible. Finally, he comprehended the Divine Sword visualization diagram. After seeing the great success Sword Intent, Lin Xian's heart was filled with a desire. If he could reach the Great Success Sword intent, then his strength would have a qualitative leap. However, it was not so easy to reach the Great Success Sword intent. He needed to comprehend it well. Although the Divine Sword visualization diagram was simple, it was very mysterious. Lin Xian had a new understanding every time he comprehended it. 3 days later, Lin Xian withdrew his soul and opened his eyes. His strength and cultivation had basically stabilized, and there would not be any changes. There would not be much effect if he continued to meditate like this. What he needed now was some actual combat experience. Without delay, Lin Xian immediately left the cave and ran into the depths of the forest. Not long after he left, 3 figures landed outside the cave. No one. Looks like he's already gone, a youth said after checking. Humph. He's lucky, but he definitely won't be able to escape from our hands. The girl in the black dress snorted. Then, she urged the spotted bird again and continued to track. The 3 moved quickly and disappeared in front of the cave again. Lin Xian ran all the way, using the little white monkey's treasure bowl to search for spiritual herbs. But not long after, he sensed 3 powerful auras coming from behind. Whoosh! He used the illusory demon steps and left an afterimage on the spot, quickly hiding. At this time, the sound of something breaking through the air came from behind, and 3 figures quickly rushed over. In front was the girl in the black dress with a spotted bird circling above her head. On the left was a strong youth wearing a sleeveless shirt with a blue star pattern on his arm. The youth on the right had red eyes and 2 short knives at his waist. His expression was fierce. The 2 youths were at the spirit detecting realm and the girl in the middle was at the peak of the spirit transformation realm. The 3 of them together formed a terrifying aura. Lin Xian looked at them with rapt attention. He found the same pattern as Su Qing on their bodies. People from the moon-seizing pavilion, they found me so quickly. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Then he quickly left, using his speed to the limit. The 3 people in front of him had powerful auras, especially the 2 youths. They were much stronger than Su Qing. Humph, you want to run? The girl in the black dress controlled the spotted bird and quickly chased. Beside her, the 2 youths revealed cruel smiles. It's actually trash at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. With such a cultivation, they dared to kill a moon-seizing sect disciple. It seemed they must have used some underhanded method. The short-haired, red-eyed youth coldly snorted. The 3 of them were very fast and instantly closed in on Lin Xian. Whoosh! 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 A ray of blue starlight fell from the sky and enveloped Lin Xian. Suddenly, a curtain of light lit up and covered the surroundings like a cage. Brat, you killed my moon-seizing pavilion's people and still want to run? First I'll cripple your legs and then bring you back for punishment. The strong man strode over, emitting a terrifying aura. At this time, the figure in the cage suddenly dimmed and finally disappeared. An afterimage. Chapter 505. The short-haired, red-eyed youth frowned and quickly pulled out the 2 blades at his waist. Whoosh! A ray of sword light flashed past, and the sharp sword Qi slaughtered, cutting the spotted bird above into 2 halves. No! I'm going to kill you, the young girl said angrily. However, before the 3 of them could react, 4 terrifying sword energies fell from the sky. Black Flame Fire Dragon Sword. The giant sword energy burned with black flames and quickly fell from the sky. Everywhere it passed, the void twisted and ignited, and the faint roar of a dragon could be heard. In an instant, the 3 disciples of the moon-embracing pavilion were surrounded by a sea of fire and terrifying sword energy. A violent energy flow formed within a 100-meter radius. Bang! The three figures flew out in a sorry state, and their bodies were charred black. The clothes of the young girl in the black dress were torn, revealing most of her snow-white skin. There was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. However, she was completely unaware and stared at Lin Xian with vicious eyes. "Kid, I'm going to cut off your limbs and make you wish you were dead." The other two youths' faces were also dark. They were powerful spirit-detecting realm cultivators, but they were defeated by a late-stage spirit transformation realm kid. If this spread out, they wouldn't have any face left. Lin Xian floated down, but there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. These three people were more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Even with the violent black dragon sword, it had only injured them a little. He originally thought he could kill two of them. It seemed like the disciples of the moon-embracing pavilion were indeed not ordinary. "Damn kid, you dare to use underhanded methods. I'm going to kill you," the burly man roared. "No wonder Su Qing and Wang Qi were killed by you. You are indeed sinister." The short-haired, red-eyed youth was filled with killing intent. "Underhanded methods?" Lin Xian sneered. "Am I not allowed to attack and can only wait for the three of you to kill me? Your head must have been kicked by a donkey. You're courting death." The three of them were filled with killing intent, forming a terrifying aura that pressed down on Lin Xian. "Kid, no matter what tricks you play, you won't be able to escape death." The short-haired, red-eyed youth sneered. The two blades in his hand quickly spun, forming a terrifying blade energy. The blue starlight pattern on the man's arm flashed, forming a huge starlight pattern in the sky. Lin Xian's heart grew heavy as he was covered by the star diagrams. Truthfully speaking, the strength of these two people was above Su Qing. Moreover, if the three of them worked together, they would most likely be able to unleash their combat prowess to the maximum. However, Lin Xian was still not afraid. He had just broken through and needed a big battle to test his strength. "Let me see what qualifications you disciples of six-star sects have to be so arrogant." Lin Xian gripped the wind shadow sword with his right hand, his sharp sword intent ready to be unleashed. "Die!" The short-haired, red-eyed man waved his arms and quickly swung his two red blades. Two scarlet saber lights appeared in the sky, emitting a sonorous sound that could shake one's soul. Bang bang bang. The air exploded as the blood-red saber light slashed down like a blood-red river, bringing with it a baleful aura as it slashed towards Lin Xian. Before the blood-red blade aura even got close, Lin Xian could feel the blood in his body churning, as if it was about to burst out of his body. What a strange blade aura. It seems to be able to devour a person's blood essence. Lin Xian was shocked. He used the great dragon sword intent and quickly cut off the connection between the two. Then, with a tap of his foot, he formed an afterimage on the spot and dodged to the side. The long blade slashed down, destroying the afterimage left by Lin Xian. Moreover, it spread open the ground, forming a terrifying trench. What was even more terrifying was that the flowers and trees on both sides of the trench quickly withered and lost their vitality. What a terrifying blade aura. It actually has a destructive aura. Lin Xian was shocked. The short-haired, red-eyed man's blade aura was too strange. It should be related to his blade intent. Perhaps even a spirit-detecting realm martial artist of the same level would not dare to take this attack head-on. As expected of a disciple of a six-star sect. This kind of strength had already surpassed the peerless geniuses of the Tiannan region. It was only because he had an Earth-class movement technique that he could dodge. Otherwise, if it was someone else, they would have been sucked dry by the blade aura. Whoosh! Lin Xian pulled out the wind shadow sword and quickly used the sword-drawing technique of wind and thunder. On the blade, wind and thunder sword aura filled the air and slashed towards the short-haired, red-eyed man. The short-haired, red-eyed man sneered. He waved his two blades and slashed out two blood-red blade auras again. The sword aura and blade aura clashed, forming a terrifying aura. The wind howled and thunder surged. The power of wind and thunder was violent, quickly tearing apart the blood-red blade aura. The blood-red blade aura flashed with a strange red light, absorbing the energy of the sword aura of wind and thunder. Seeing the strange blade aura, Lin Xian sneered in his heart. Destroy! The great dragon sword intent of 80% fire monkey suddenly erupted, and a sharp aura enveloped the surroundings. The great dragon sword intent was an offensive saint art that could destroy everything. It was also the nemesis of this kind of evil power. In an instant, a terrifying crack appeared on the blood-red blade aura. The wind and thunder sword aura found an opening and quickly tore apart the blood-red blade aura violently. Boom! Boom! A violent explosion sounded. The two blood-red blade auras in the sky split apart and fell to the ground like glass shards. What? He can actually break my blood-sucking blade intent. The short-haired, red-eyed man was slightly stunned, and then his expression became abnormally cold. He was horrified and shouted loudly, "This kid is very strange. Attack together, don't let him escape." Hearing this, the girl in the black dress and the strong man were both shocked. The short-haired, red-eyed young man was known as the Blood Demon Blade Master. His blood-sucking blade intent was extremely terrifying. However, such a terrifying person couldn't take down a kid at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. This made the two of them feel like they were dreaming. No matter how strange you are, I won't let you escape. The strong man's arms shook, and the blue starlight in the sky shone brightly. One after another, huge meteorites emerged from the blue starlight diagram and fell rapidly. Boom! 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 The huge meteorites burned. The blue aura cut through the void and smashed down like mountains. That aura made Lin Xian's body stiffen. He felt like he was being crushed. This blue starlight formation could simulate the scene of meteorites falling. It was indeed shocking. Although they were not real meteorites, their power was no weaker than real ones. If they were hit, it would be difficult for a spirit-detecting realm martial artist to escape. At the critical moment, Lin Xian used the illusory demon steps, leaving behind countless afterimages in the air. His speed was so fast that people couldn't tell which was real and which was fake. Lin Xian didn't choose to fight head-on. After all, the other party was a spirit-detecting realm martial artist and had the ability to challenge those of a higher realm. He could only dodge and break through them one by one. The strength displayed by the two young men was freakish, so Lin Xian set his sights on the young girl. It seemed that the girl was good at tracking and hadn't shown any other strength. However, Lin Xian didn't dare to be careless. He swung his sword with all his strength. Wind thunder cut. The power of wind and thunder fused, forming a terrifying sword chi that slashed toward the girl in the black dress. The girl in the black dress sneered. She took out an animal skin bag and shook it quickly. Buzz! Buzz! Dense black shadows flew out of the animal skin bag and quickly flew toward Lin Xian. Chapter 506. Lin Xian used his eye technique and found that they were all fingernail-sized bugs. These insects flew onto the wind and lightning sword chi and quickly gnawed on it. Soon, the wind and lightning sword chi was completely destroyed. What kind of bugs are these? They can actually gnaw away sword energy. Lin Xian was shocked and quickly retreated. At this moment, the robust man and the short-haired, red-eyed youth attacked again. Lin Xian patted his storage belt and summoned the Snow White Monkey and Little Gold to fight against the strange bugs in the sky. He fought against the robust man and the short-haired, red-eyed youth. Seeing Lin Xian summon two demonic beasts, the black-dressed girl sneered disdainfully. You dare to fight against my gold-devouring bugs? Just wait for your death. With that, he waved his arm and controlled the bugs in the sky to attack the Snow-White Monkey and Little Gold. The Snow-White Monkey stood on Little Gold's head and kept jumping. When Little Gold saw the bugs in the sky, it squawked excitedly. It opened its mouth and with a flash of golden light, it swallowed a small group of bugs into its body. You're courting death. You dare to eat the gold-devouring bugs? The black-dressed girl sneered. However, after a while, Little Gold still didn't show any abnormalities. Impossible, the gold-devouring bugs are invulnerable to swords and water and fire. How could they be digested? The black-dressed girl couldn't believe it. In the end, her face became gloomy and terrifying. Because she was sure that the other party had swallowed her gold-devouring bugs. What kind of monster is this frog? She felt a trace of fear in her heart. In the past, once she used the gold-devouring bugs, even spirit-detecting realm martial artists could only run away. But she didn't expect that her ultimate move would fail this time. The Snow-White Monkey jumped and only Little Gold ran toward the black-dressed girl. On the side, Lin Xian used his movement technique to fight against the two. The robust man and the short-haired, red-eyed youth became angrier as they fought. They had strength but couldn't use it at all. Because they couldn't keep up with Lin Xian's speed, they still couldn't hurt Lin Xian. There was no other way. Lin Xian was too fast, comparable to a late-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist. The two of them couldn't compete with him. Ah! Despicable brat, if you have the guts, don't run. Let's fight face to face. The two of them roared madly. This feeling was too stifling. Lin Xian sneered, but he was thinking in his heart. That short-haired youth has the blood-sucking blade intent, which can be broken by the devouring sword. As for that robust man's blue star pattern, it can be broken by the black dragon flame. After wandering around for such a long time, he had already figured out the strength of the two. Therefore, it was time to counterattack. Why can't we have a head-on battle? Lin Xian stopped and laughed heartily. A mere spirit transformation realm cultivator dares to be so presumptuous. You're courting death. Now that you've lost your speed, I'll kill you in one move. The short-haired, red-eyed man brandished his twin blades, forming a huge cross-shaped blood-colored blade aura. The strong man fused with the blue starlight pattern in the sky, and his body grew taller out of thin air, forming a blue giant. He stomped his foot, causing the ground to crack. Countless blue lights flashed and flew out from the ground like waves. Lin Xian soared into the sky and flew with the wind. A pitch-black longsword appeared above his head. There were vortex-like patterns on it, and at first glance, it looked like a black hole. Devouring sword. A pitch-black sword, emitting an endless vortex, floated above Lin Xian's head. The appearance of the devouring sword caused the surrounding space to tremble. It was as if an endless black hole was constantly floating. Chapter 507. Let's go. The sturdy man shouted, not wanting to continue fighting. Even the strongest blood demon swordsman had died. He and the girl in the black dress were no match for him. Moreover, the black dragon flame had already severely injured him. If he continued fighting, he would probably end up like the blood demon swordsman. In an instant, the two of them fled. Don't you think it's too late to leave? Lin Xian's voice was cold, like a killing god. You have to think clearly. We are disciples of the Moon Pavilion. If you kill us, you will become an enemy of the Moon Pavilion. That's right. If you let us go now, I promise we will write off the grudge between us. The girl in the black dress also screamed, "I promise I won't chase after you anymore. So, I should let you go and thank you." Lin Xian sneered. "You came here aggressively to kill me. Now that you can't beat me, you want to make up. How can there be such an easy thing in the world? Or are your brains stuck in the door?" Lin Xian's voice was cold. He didn't plan to let the two of them go. Since they wanted to kill him, they had to pay the price. "Want to kill me? It's not that easy. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me." Seeing that he couldn't escape, the sturdy man had a ruthless look in his eyes. The blue light on his body shone brightly, and a blue star pattern flickered. Star fist. The sturdy man waved his fist, wanting to fight to the death. However, his fist was only halfway out when he felt his arms go cold. A stream of hot blood sprayed onto his face. The next moment, the heart-wrenching pain made him scream crazily. It was too fast. He didn't even see Lin Xian's sword light clearly before he lost his arms. Under the combined attack of the black dragon flame and 80% sword intent, his defense was like tofu. It had no effect at all. "Let's die together." The sturdy man knew there was no chance of survival. He began to burn his essence blood and spiritual qi, preparing to self-destruct. His body gradually expanded. The blue light in his body shone brightly, and his body expanded rapidly like a ball. A violent and abnormal energy gradually rose. Wind Emperor's sword. Lin Xian's expression was cold. His long sword pierced out as fast as lightning. His originally inflated body suddenly became like a deflated balloon, loosening up. Powerless, there was no way. The muscular man was dumbfounded. In front of Lin Xian, he didn't even have the chance to self-destruct. The last sword light flashed, and the head of the muscular man flew out. On the other side, the girl in the black dress was completely stunned when she saw this scene. She stopped resisting and quickly collected the remaining gold-devouring beetles in the sky. "Don't kill me, please spare my life." He begged for mercy. Lin Xian's expression was cold as he raised his arm. At this moment, the clouds in the sky churned, and a huge head slowly formed, looking down with cold eyes. Lin Xian's heart trembled. He felt a cold and indifferent aura coming from above. Divine Bird Palace. The girl in the black dress also exclaimed. "Humph." Lin Xian snorted coldly and pointed at the space between the young man's eyebrows. A ball of black dragon flames entered the girl's body and quickly formed a black flame imprint between her eyebrows. For a moment, the black-dressed girl thought that she was dead, but in the next moment, she realized that she was still alive. However, there was a layer of flame restriction in her body. "Don't act rashly. I can turn you into ashes with just a thought," Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Then he put away the snow-white monkey and Xiao Jin, and quickly left with the girl in the black dress. The girl in the black dress had naturally seen the power of the black dragon flames. Therefore, she didn't dare to act rashly and could only let Lin Xian pull her away. However, in her heart, she was extremely nervous. As a beautiful girl, now that she fell into the hands of a cold-blooded and ruthless enemy, she was afraid that it wouldn't be any better than death. For a moment, all kinds of terrifying images appeared in her mind, and she was so frightened that she broke out in a cold sweat. Lin Xian didn't care about what the girl in the black dress was thinking. He used the phantom demon steps, raised his speed to the limit, and quickly left the area. The reason he left was because of the huge head above his head. According to the image, he could already tell that it was a bird's head. Coupled with the girl in the black dress's words, Lin Xian was sure that this was definitely the work of the Divine Bird Palace. He and the Divine Bird Palace were sworn enemies. The other party must have used this method to search for him. The aura that the head gave off was too terrifying. It was most likely above the early stage of the spirit detecting realm. Lin Xian couldn't fight against such an aura at the moment. Although he could kill early-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artists, it would still be a bit difficult for him to kill mid-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artists. The difference between each stage of the spirit-detecting realm was huge. A mid-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist could easily kill several early-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artists. For safety's sake, Lin Xian chose to retreat. The huge head in the sky became more and more solid. Its cold eyes seemed to come alive as it stared down at the area below. 100 miles away, there was a group of people standing in a valley. There were a few people in the group wearing colorful robes with pictures of birds and beasts. These people had arrogant expressions on their faces, as if they were high above others. The surrounding young martial artists respectfully stood to the side, including Black 3 Chu Feng and the others. At this moment, there was a blurry image in front of these people. There were two corpses in the image. It was the strong man and the short-haired youth killed by Lin Xian. When the martial artists behind them saw this image, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Isn't this the Star Fist and Blood Demon Saber artist of the Moon Embracing Pavilion? They were actually killed. Black 3 Chu Feng and the others were shocked, their faces pale. These two people were at the early stage of the spirit detecting realm. When the two of them worked together, they could even fight against a mid-stage spirit detecting realm martial artist. Such a character was actually killed. They were extremely shocked. Not long ago, they reported Lin Xian's matter to the Divine Bird Palace, which attracted the attention of the Divine Bird Palace. Then, the Divine Bird Palace used the aura left behind by Black 3 and Chu Feng to track Lin Xian. The image should show the last moment of Lin Xian's departure. From the battle traces in the image, the person you are talking about should be a swordsman who specializes in fire attacks. If he acted alone, then he should have the strength of a mid-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist, a Divine Bird Palace disciple analyzed. Hearing this, Black 3 Chu Feng and the others were shocked. They remembered that Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the mid-stage of the spirit-transforming realm, but they didn't expect his strength to be so terrifying. For a moment, they felt very lucky to be able to escape from Lin Xian's hands. Senior Zhou, it's not that I want to question you, but according to the Tianfeng sect's information, that young man seems to only be at the mid-stage of the spirit-transforming realm. How could such a person kill Star Fist and Blood Demon Saber artist? Yes, could he have some powerful helpers? The other martial artists didn't believe it either. Geniuses could indeed fight above their level, but at most, they could only fight above one level. It was rare to fight above one's level, and it was impossible to fight above so many levels. Therefore, everyone would rather believe that the mysterious young man must have a powerful helper. Chapter 508. He pointed to the image and said, "Look, the sword marks and flame marks on the ground are obviously from the same person." Obviously, the mysterious boy had no helpers. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This kind of combat power was terrifying. "Senior Zhou, what should we do?" the others asked. "We must find this person, no matter what," Senior Zhou said in a deep voice. "This person is not from our three forces, nor is he a native of the lost place. Then it's very strange that he came here. He must have a way to avoid the restriction spell of the lost place and enter here. If we can master it, you can imagine the benefits." Everyone was excited, especially the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace, with a trace of madness in their eyes. Although they were a 6-star sect, it was not easy to enter the lost place because of the very strict level and quota restrictions. Even the Divine Bird Palace only had about 30 quotas. However, if they could master other ways to enter the lost place, it would be a great fortune for the Divine Bird Palace. At that time, the lost place would completely become the treasure of the Divine Bird Palace. They could obtain endless precious resources, and if they were lucky, they might even be promoted to a 7-star sect. The key to all of this was the mysterious boy. Therefore, catching the mysterious boy was the most important thing besides finding the Soulsword beast. Has Junioring arrived? Senior Joe asked. Not yet, but soon. We sent a message to Senioring as soon as we received the news. He must be on his way here now. Yes. Senior Joe nodded. Junior Ying's tracking technique is the best among us. With him, he should be able to find the mysterious boy. When the time comes, you will be responsible for catching him. While the people in the valley were waiting, Lin Xian was also moving quickly. The girl in the black dress followed Lin Xian all the way. She was getting more and more frightened. Finally, she gathered her courage and said, I advise you to turn yourself in. You have offended both the Moon Pavilion and the Divine Bird Palace. No one can escape. Lin Xian looked back and coldly looked at the girl in the black dress. Suddenly, the girl in the black dress trembled and even slowed down a lot. How do you know I offended the Divine Bird Palace? That huge projection just now should be the Divine Bird Palace's secret detection technique. Using that kind of secret technique should consume a lot of energy. If it's not an emergency, the people of Divine Bird Palace generally won't use it. However, they use such an extremely exhausting secret technique on you. You must be the person they're looking for. You must have killed the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace, otherwise they wouldn't be looking for you so crazily. Oh, looks like you're pretty smart. Lin Xian slowed down and walked side by side with the girl in the black dress. Then, he smiled playfully. Guess what I'm going to do next? Seeing Lin Xian's mischievous smile, the black-dressed girl's heart trembled. Then, her expression became flustered. Her small hands clutched her dress tightly, and her face was as red as an apple. I'm warning you, don't act recklessly. I would rather die than submit. I beg you, let me go. I swear I won't tell anyone about your whereabouts. Idiot. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Let me ask you, how is your tracking technique? How is it compared to the Divine Bird Palace? Seeing that Lin Xian didn't do anything excessive, the girl in the black dress was relieved. Then, she raised her chin and proudly said, their tracking technique is only based on their secret technique and bloodline. In terms of true strength, they're definitely not as good as me. Then, you must have a way to avoid their tracking, right? They really are looking for you, the girl in the black dress exclaimed. Lin Xian didn't answer her and continued, if you do well, I might consider letting you go. Fine. The girl in the black dress clenched her teeth and said. Her body was sealed by the black flame seal, so she could only obey. In the following time, the girl in the black dress used all her strength to avoid the tracking. She sprinkled some kind of pollen on Lin Xian's body to cover his presence. She also cleaned up the path they were taking. The technique was very professional. Lin Xian was amazed by it. Sure enough, in the next 3 days, the giant head in the sky didn't appear. This made Lin Xian feel a lot more at ease. But on the 4th day, the divine bird's head appeared in the sky again. Above the forest, a pair of cold eyes scanned the area below. Why did it appear again? Lin Xian frowned and looked at the girl in the black dress with cold eyes. It should be the Divine Bird Palace's Ying Wuji. He's the disciple with the strongest tracking ability in the Divine Bird Palace. But don't worry, with me here, he definitely won't be able to find you. Then, the girl in the black dress began to sprinkle some powder and some strange insects, forming a strange array around them. Sure enough, the giant projection in the sky quickly scanned the area and didn't lock onto Lin Xian. In this regard, Lin Xian looked at the girl in the black dress in surprise. Even the strongest detection disciple of the Divine Bird Palace couldn't detect his position. It seems that the girl in the black dress tracking ability is really strong. She should be an important disciple in the moon-embracing pavilion. In the next few days, the projection appeared several times, but Lin Xian avoided it very well. However, the other party didn't seem to give up and kept looking for him. It seems that they know my identity, Lin Xian thought. In the end, he decided to take the initiative to attack. No matter what, he and the Divine Bird Palace were already mortal enemies. He had a grudge with the moon-embracing pavilion. He killed the ordinary disciples of the moon-embracing pavilion. Although there was a grudge, it wasn't unresolvable. But the Divine Bird Palace was different. He killed the other party's disciples. They were the core disciples of the Divine Bird Palace. So the grudge between Lin Xian and the Divine Bird Palace couldn't be resolved. For such an enemy, Lin Xian would never be soft-hearted. If he wasn't cruel, the other party would be cruel and kill him. Can you find the location of the Divine Bird Palace disciples? Lin Xian asked. What do you want to do? The girl in the black dress was puzzled. What do you think? The other party is bullying people, of course I have to kill them. Hearing this, the girl in the black dress was shocked. The Divine Bird Palace was a 6-star sect, stronger than the moon-embracing pavilion. If an ordinary person provoked such a force, they would definitely run for their lives. Who would be like Lin Xian, still thinking about how to fight back? This is also good. I'll let this madman fight with the Divine Bird Palace people. When both sides are injured, I'll have a chance to escape. The girl in the black dress thought in her heart. Don't worry, I can definitely find the location of the Divine Bird Palace disciples for you. Next, according to Lin Xian's request, the girl in the black dress began to track down the Divine Bird Palace disciples who were alone or weaker. The primeval forest of the Lost Land was really vast, as if it was endless. Lin Xian and the girl in the black dress ran all the way, carefully avoiding all kinds of wild beasts, heading west. There, the girl in the black dress found 2 Divine Bird Palace disciples at the early stage of the spirit-detecting realm. Chapter 509. It had a small bowl on its head and its paws were pointing to the left. Lin Xian was very familiar with the little white monkey's actions. It meant that there was a treasure on the left. Let's go take a look, Lin Xian said to the girl in the black dress behind him. The girl in the black dress was slightly stunned. She did not know why Lin Xian changed direction. However, with her current status, she could only follow silently. Not long after they walked to the left, a pungent smell of blood came from the forest in front of them. The 2 of them slowed down, hid their figures, and looked into the distance. In front of them, 2 beasts were fighting crazily. One of them was a giant elephant covered in white jade. It was dozens of meters tall and its legs were like heavenly pillars. Every move it made was earth-shattering. Its pair of long elephant trunks were even more majestic. They were like the Milky Way, dancing non-stop. The one fighting with it was a 2-meter-long winged panther. Although the winged panther was very small compared to the white jade elephant, no one dared to underestimate it. Because its aura was abnormally strong, even stronger than the white jade elephant. Behind the winged panther, there was a pair of 1-meter-long blue wings. There was a blue aura flowing on it, emitting a mysterious aura. With a flap of its wings, the winged panther quickly rushed toward the white jade elephant. Its speed shocked Lin Xian. Suddenly, another great battle broke out. Lin Xian's eyes darted about as he quickly searched the area. Soon, a smile appeared on his face. Under a giant tree nearby, there was a fist-sized golden mushroom. This should be the reason why the two beasts were fighting. At this moment, the girl in the black dress also saw the fist-sized golden mushroom and exclaimed. It is said that the golden mushroom is a sacred medicine for refining one's body. It can greatly enhance one's physique and strengthen one's defense. This golden mushroom is at least a 2,000-year-old fire monkey. If it is consumed, it will definitely make one's body undergo a qualitative leap. No wonder the two rank 9 beasts are so crazy. Not to mention them, even venerables in the outside world would be tempted if they saw the golden mushroom. The girl in the black dress sighed. With her status, she was not fated to have such a treasure. Moreover, even if his identity was free, he wouldn't dare to go. This was because the two demonic beasts fighting before her both had the strength of a mid-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist. A casual attack from them could tear her apart. Could it be that you want to take action? The girl in the black dress asked in a low voice. Then, she felt a little excited. If Lin Xian was killed by the two demonic beasts midway, that would be great. This way, she would be able to regain her freedom and return to the sect. Lin Xian nodded, then warned, "Don't move. Just stay there." Then, he patted the little white monkey and prepared to find an opportunity to attack. However, at this moment, the air in front of him fluctuated again. The battle situation had changed. A half-meter-long demon beast suddenly rushed out, rushing towards the golden spirit mushroom. That little beast was extremely peculiar. Its entire body was green, and the scales all over its body were like small swords that stood upright. At this moment, it was like a sword ray. Its speed was extremely fast. Seeing that someone was secretly making a move, the two demonic beasts roared furiously and pounced with all their might. At this moment, the girl in a black dress was shocked once more. Soulsword Beast. Soulsword Beast. Lin Xian was also stunned. This was a Soulsword Beast. He carefully sensed and indeed felt a sharp sword intent in the little beast's body. It's very powerful. It's comparable to a greater success sword intent. As expected of a Soulsword Beast. It's so small, but it has such a sharp sword intent. Lin Xian patted the little white monkey and asked it to pick the golden spirit mushroom while he ran towards the Soulsword Beast. The Soulsword Beast was extremely strange. It was a beast that everyone wanted to find. Now that he had seen it, how could he miss it? Lin Xian and the little white monkey turned into two streaks of lightning and attacked quickly. In an instant, the little white monkey arrived in front of the golden spirit mushroom and covered it with its shabby little bowl. Immediately, the Soulsword Beast and the other two demonic beasts went crazy. Especially the Soulsword Beast. At this moment, it was the closest to the golden spirit mushroom, but the little white monkey was one step ahead of it. Roar! It was so angry that it roared. Its body emitted a dazzling light, and countless sword rays shot in all directions. The sword chi was so terrifying that it pierced through the void. However, the little white monkey was too fast. It held the shabby little bowl and grinned at the Soulsword Beast. Then, it turned into a streak of white light and shuttled back and forth among the sword rays. Lin Xian also activated his sword chi. It twisted in the air and formed a sword silk that shrouded the Soulsword Beast. Sword silk. Bam! The Soulsword Beast was enraged. It activated its sword rays again. The two sword chi collided in the air like two metals striking against each other. However, Lin Xian was determined to catch the Soulsword Beast. Therefore, he quickly used the Sword of Devouring to devour the sword rays. At the same time, the black dragon flame in his hand danced and formed a large black net that covered the Soulsword Beast. The soulsword beast was shocked and the sword rays were absorbed. It immediately turned around and ran. A streak of light flashed across the void. It was so fast that it disappeared into the forest in an instant. Lin Xian wanted to chase after it, but he found that the white jade giant elephant and the blue-winged divine leopard were already pouncing on him. Terrifying demonic aura filled the air and wanted to tear him apart. "Go!" Lin Xian shouted. He fled into the distance. With his current strength, he was still unable to compete with these two demonic beasts. Hearing Lin Yuxuan's order, the girl in the black dress did not hesitate and quickly fled. Behind her, the two demonic beasts roared into the sky. The white jade giant elephant inhaled with its long trunk and sucked in all the spirit chi within 1,000 meters. A huge energy ball quickly formed. A terrifying aura came from behind. The air was turbulent and trembling. The energy ball grew bigger and bigger until it was the size of a small house. Boom! The white jade giant elephant's trunk suddenly shrank. The energy ball quickly exploded and a white beam of light as thick as a mountain shot out. Everywhere it passed, trees and rocks were all shattered. Not good. Lin Xian sensed the terrifying energy behind him. He increased his speed to the maximum. Beside him, the girl in the black dress was so scared that her face turned pale. With her cultivation at the peak of the spirit transformation realm, she could not dodge this attack. At the critical moment, a strong hand grabbed her and quickly brought her away. Whoosh! Boom! A terrifying explosion occurred. The aftermath of the energy spread out rapidly. Lin Xian took the girl in the black dress and flew away like a sword beam. This explosion was very shocking. It alarmed all the martial artists nearby. Instantly, countless soul perception probed out at high speed. There were also many people who moved. Usually, when such a huge explosion occurred, something big would happen. However, before they could get close, they saw a dazzling sword ray flying out from the explosion. Someone's there. Let's go and see. 3 martial artists at the early stage of the spirit detection realm moved and chased after the sword beam. Roar! At this moment, another angry roar came from behind them. A terrifying blue light flashed like blue lightning and disappeared in a flash. One could vaguely see that it was a divine leopard with blue wings on its back. The blue wings streaked across the sky and enveloped the 3 martial artists at the early stage of the spirit detection realm. Puff! Puff! Chapter 5:10. Inside the hidden cave. The girl in the black dress sat on the ground and let out a sigh of relief. Thinking about what had just happened, she felt a wave of fear. That terrifying energy beam and the blue-winged divine leopard could have killed her countless times over. However, she still survived. Of course, she had to thank the youth beside her. Lin Xian's face was also a bit pale. After all, it wasn't easy to escape from a demonic beast with the strength of a middle-stage spirit-detecting realm cultivator. If he wasn't an Earth realm cultivator, he would have been seriously injured and on the verge of death. However, it was worth it to take such a big risk. Because he had obtained the golden spirit mushroom. With this sacred medicine, his golden lightning body would be able to take another step forward. At that time, with his defense, he wouldn't need to fear a middle-stage spirit-detecting realm cultivator. He turned around and said to the girl in the black dress, "Go out and protect me. Remember, don't play any tricks." Then, he released the little white monkey to protect him. The girl in the black dress walked out of the cave with a heavy heart and sat on a nearby rock. She rested her chin on her hands and fell into a dilemma. There was no need to think. Lin Xian was definitely going to use the golden spirit mushroom. Once he started refining it, he would definitely go all out and wouldn't be able to pay attention to the outside world. This was the best time for her to escape. However, if she failed or was caught again, death would await her. The girl in the black dress struggled for a long time. In the end, she gritted her teeth and decided to fight. She didn't want to be Lin Xian's slave forever. However, before she could move, the palm-sized little white monkey had already jumped onto her shoulder. The shiny dagger in its hand swayed back and forth in front of her eyes. The terrifying cold light caused ripples to appear in the air. The girl in the black dress stiffened and immediately gave up on the idea of escaping. That dagger made her heart skip a beat. Furthermore, she had also witnessed the little white monkey's terrifying speed, which was even faster than Lin Xian's. In front of this speed, she had no chance of escaping. The girl in the black dress squeezed out an ugly smile and then sat down on the rock with a disappointed expression. Am I going to be controlled by this little bastard for the rest of my life? She was unwilling. The reason Lin Xian hadn't killed her yet was because she had the ability to track and counter-track. If Lin Xian didn't need this ability in the future, he would probably kill her immediately. The girl in the black dress looked at the snow-white monkey, and a thought suddenly occurred to her. This little monkey is also a demonic beast. If I can tame it, wouldn't I be able to regain my freedom immediately? When he thought of this, hope rose in his heart once again. Her tracking ability was very strong, but it was all with the help of various mystical beasts, so strictly speaking, she was a beast tamer. She was an expert in beast taming. Even if it was a strange demonic beast like the little snow-white monkey, she had confidence in it. Thus, she began to try to tame the little white monkey. However, what surprised her was that this little white monkey didn't look like a demonic beast at all. It looked more like a cunning human. There were a few times when she thought that she had already tamed the little monkey, but in the end, she was always played by the little monkey. In the end, she almost had a nervous breakdown. The girl in the black dress simply gave up and obediently stayed there. On the fifth day, a violent energy fluctuation suddenly came out of the cave, and a golden light rippled out. The girl in the black dress suddenly turned around and stood up nervously. She only saw a flash of light, and a golden figure appeared, like a golden god of war. Every move of his brought with it an astonishing pressure. Then, the golden light dissipated, and the figure of the handsome young man appeared again. This figure was naturally Lin Xian. He spent 5 days to completely absorb and refine the golden spirit mushroom, increasing the power of the golden thunder body to another level. Now he could already contend with the attack of a martial artist in the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm. The little snow-white monkey jumped onto Lin Xian's shoulder. It began to babble and gesticulate. From time to time, it would give pointers to the girl in the black dress. The girl in the black dress trembled. She had a bad feeling in her heart. Sure enough, the next moment, Lin Xian's slightly cold eyes looked at her. I. The girl in the black dress nervously held her small hands, not knowing what to say. Okay, let's quickly find the disciple of the Divine Bird Palace. Lin Xian was not angry. He had just broken through the golden thunder body and was in a good mood, so naturally he would not bicker with the girl in the black dress. And he needed her tracking ability. Okay. The girl in the black dress breathed a sigh of relief and quickly used her tracking ability to find the disciple of the Divine Bird Palace. Half a day later, Lin Xian and the little monkey came to a mountain stream. He and the girl in the black dress hid in the dense forest, looking ahead. In the distance, 2 figures were running, as if looking for something. These 2 people wore colorful robes and were about 20 years old. Their auras were strong, and their cultivation was at the early stage of the spirit detecting realm. Lin Xian carefully checked and found that there were no other martial artists around except for the 2 of them. Then he left the little monkey to look after the girl in the black dress and flew out like a shadow. In the distant mountain stream, the two young men were searching and talking. Life is getting harder and harder. It was already troublesome enough to find the soul sword beast, and now we have to find the mysterious swordsman. Humph, whether we can find the soul sword beast or not, we have to find the mysterious swordsman. Damn it, I have to work so hard. When I catch him, I will torture him. Don't worry, I will make him wish he was dead. The two of them were obviously very dissatisfied. At this moment, a sword light burst out. Blood splashed, and a head flew up. The martial artist on the left fell down. Who is it? Looking for death. How dare you kill a disciple of the Divine Bird Palace? The martial artist on the right shouted angrily, and at the same time, he quickly ran away. He and the dead disciple were about the same strength. If the other party could kill his companion in one move, then he could also kill him in one move. However, in the next moment, he suddenly stopped. Because a figure in front of him blocked his way. You, who are you? How dare you kill a disciple of the Divine Bird Palace? Are you not afraid of death? If I don't kill you, will you let me go? Lin Xian sneered. You are the mysterious swordsman. The cultivator suddenly came to his senses and screamed. He instantly sent out a signal, but before it could rise, it was cut down by the sword. It's a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. We don't necessarily want to catch you, we can cooperate. If you can tell us the way to enter the Lost Land, we will definitely get a lot of benefits. The martial artist began to tempt Lin Xian with benefits. Lin Xian smiled, and the murderous aura on his body became stronger. He did not believe that the Divine Bird Palace would be so kind as to share the huge benefits with him. Moreover, he and the Divine Bird Palace had an irreconcilable hatred. These were not known to the disciple of the Divine Bird Palace, but his intentions were not good. Chapter 5:11. The purple palm condensed and turned into a fierce light that blasted forward. Boom! As the palm fell, purple flames danced and blasted onto Lin Xian's body. Like a sudden clap of thunder, the void trembled and the surrounding spiritual energy roared. In the distance, the girl in the black dress covered her mouth with her small hands, not daring to make a sound. However, she was secretly delighted. If this terrifying force hit a vital point, Lin Xian would be seriously injured no matter how strong he was. At that time, she would be able to remove the restriction and regain her freedom. The disciple of the Divine Bird Palace also sneered, "Haha, little thief, let's see how you die." This palm was enough to injure a martial artist in the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm. That brat's cultivation was obviously not in the spirit detecting realm, so he would definitely die. However, before he could finish his beautiful fantasy, a golden palm had already caught him. What? Impossible. The disciple of the Divine Bird Palace trembled and screamed. The figure in front of him was covered in golden light as if he was wearing golden armor. He was extraordinarily handsome. He was stunned. That palm had landed on Lin Xian's body without causing any damage. Impossible, how can his defense be so strong? The disciple of the Divine Bird Palace couldn't believe that Lin Xian, a little martial artist in the spirit transformation realm, had a defense stronger than a martial artist in the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm. He wanted to escape, but he didn't have the chance. The sharp blade broke through his defense, shattering his inner armor and piercing into his chest. He struggled with all his might, but his strength was getting weaker and weaker. He wanted to tell his fellow disciples not to provoke this young man. However, he could only fall with endless unwillingness and fear. As expected of the golden spirit mushroom, it greatly increased my divine body's defense. Lin Xian was delighted. He was very satisfied with his current defense. His figure blurred and he instantly appeared beside the girl in the black dress like a ghost. The girl in the black dress was startled and suddenly stood up. She was extremely nervous. "From your appearance, you seem very disappointed," Lin Shui said with a hint of ridicule. "No, no." The girl in the black dress quickly shook her head. "Okay, let's continue looking for the remaining disciples of the Divine Bird Palace." Just like that, with the help of the girl in the black dress, Lin Xian began to hunt down the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace who were alone. Soon, news of this matter spread. The warriors of the major forces were shocked and started to guess the origin of the mysterious swordsman. The disciples of Divine Bird Palace roared in anger and even issued a kill order. They were a 6-star sect, the kings of this region. No one had ever dared to challenge them. Even Deity Sword Villa and Moon Pavilion of the same level did not dare to do such a thing. However, a weak swordsman actually dared to repeatedly kill their martial artists. This was undoubtedly a challenge to their dignity. So this time, the Divine Bird Palace was furious. They gathered all the affiliated sects and launched a large-scale search. For a moment, the lost land was filled with undercurrents and the atmosphere was extremely tense. The huge projection in the sky appeared even more frequently, almost capturing Lin Xian's tracks a few times. Fortunately, Lin Xian was able to escape with the girl in the black dress anti-tracking ability. At the same time, the moon-embracing pavilion was also searching for Lin Xian. After all, the other party had killed several of their disciples. And the people of the moon-embracing pavilion suspected that Lin Xian was able to escape the pursuit of the Divine Bird Palace again and again. And this expert might be their fellow disciple, the girl in the black dress, Zhao Ziqi. The two major forces made a move at the same time, and for a moment, Lin Xian was in the teeth of the storm. Almost everyone knew that a mysterious young man had come to the Lost Land. He was ferocious and dared to attack a 6-star sect. However, Lin Xian did not attack at the moment. After several attacks, he successfully killed 5 disciples of the Divine Bird Palace. He got a lot of precious treasures from the storage ring. At the moment, he was lying in the green pool, enjoying the effects of the treasures around him. On the side, the snow-white monkey was also holding the best quality spirit fruit and eating happily. The girl in the black dress was angrily arranging the food and roasting the wild beasts. "Damn thief, making me do this kind of work. Eat to death, eat to death." The girl in the black dress gritted her teeth and said. Even though she was angry, she did not dare to have any thoughts of running away. After following Lin Xian for a few days, she had witnessed Lin Xian's terrifying fighting strength. The Divine Bird Palace had a noble status, and their disciples were respected geniuses in the outside world. But in front of Lin Xian, they were like chickens and dogs, unable to withstand a single blow. The people of the Divine Bird Palace searched for a few days, but they did not find any trace of Lin Xian. They were all furious. At this moment, they received another important message. The people of the Divine Sword Villa seemed to have found a new ruin. This news shocked the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace, and then they became ecstatic. There were many ancient ruins in the Lost Land, and there were many treasures in them. And this was a place that had never been found before, and there were even more treasures in it. Yi Linyun of the Divine Sword Villa. Jiu Moyan's expression became serious. Yi Linyun was the second genius of the Divine Sword Villa, and his cultivation had reached the late harmonious spirit realm. There was probably no one present who could contend against him, unless it was his 2 senior brothers. However, his 2 senior brothers were busy conquering other treasured lands, and they did not have time to come here. The 3 major 6-star sects that controlled the Lost Land, and although their strength was similar, there were still differences. Among them, the Divine Sword Villa was the strongest. Especially the terrifying sword essence and the cold sword technique. Every disciple of the deity Sword Villa attacked fiercely, decisively, and ruthlessly. Especially Yi Linyun, he only needed one move to kill someone. However, even though this genius was strong, he also had a strange habit, and that was, he liked to be alone. Let's contact the Embracing Moon Pavilion and spread the news. I don't believe that Yi Linyun can fight against everyone. No matter what, we can't let the Divine Sword Villa take the treasured land. Under the leadership of Senior Zhou, the people of the Divine Bird Palace began to move quickly. There was a strange ruin in the primitive forest. Most of the ancient ruins were damaged, but there was one that was still intact. The mottled city walls were filled with sword scars, and it was filled with the vicissitudes of history. The ancient city was huge, and it was hundreds of meters tall. It was like a small city, and it was very majestic. At this moment, there were several figures in front of the ancient city. His robe was as white as snow, untainted by even a speck of dust. His figure was tall and straight, like a pine tree. The young man carried an ancient sword on his back and stood in the void. Just like that, he waited quietly without emitting any aura, as if he had merged into the void. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. Countless rainbow-like rays of light quickly flew toward the giant city. In an instant, dozens of figures descended. The leader was none other than Dove Demonic Flame from the Divine Bird Palace. Yi Linyun. The group of people looked nervously at the white figure in front of them. No one dared to step forward, not even the Dove Demonic Flame. The young man in white with the ancient sword on his back also seemed to have sensed the people behind him. He turned his head slightly, and his gaze was like a sword, sweeping across the area behind him. Suddenly, everyone was shocked. The young man turned around with disdain in his eyes. These people were too weak. He stood there quietly, looking at the giant ancient city. The disciples of Divine Bird Palace below were also waiting anxiously. Not long after, another figure floated down. The moon-embracing pavilion's Xiao Ji also came here. Other than that, there were even more people rushing over. At this moment, the ancient city emitted a desolate aura as if it had come alive. Chapter 5:12. Clear Pond Waterfall. Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes and looked into the distance. Somehow, he felt that a long-dormant sword intent was awakening. As a swordsman, he trusted his intuition. So he decided to investigate. Originally, he wanted to rest for a few days before going to kill the Divine Bird Palace disciples. There were many treasures in the storage rings of the Divine Bird Palace disciples, more than enough for him to use. It would be much more efficient than searching for them himself. Not only could he kill his enemies, but he could also obtain treasures. Such a good thing, Lin Xian was naturally overjoyed. But now he wanted to put this matter aside. First of all, the Divine Bird Palace was wantonly hunting him down, and the dust-covered sword intent made him somewhat excited. His current Great Dragon sword intent had reached 80% completion. As long as he improved further, it would be a great success sword intent. So, he wouldn't miss anything related to sword intent. Calling the girl in the black dress, Lin Xian quickly set off in the direction he sensed. Lin Xian led the girl in the black dress through layers of forest and saw a huge ancient ruin in front of them. There were many martial artists in the ruin, and a few of them made him feel a little apprehensive. Late-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artists. Lin Xian was surprised. It seemed that this place was really unusual for it to attract such people. He didn't go over, but wandered around nearby. Through the girl in the black dress, Lin Xian knew the identity of the dead. Most of them were disciples of 5-star sects, and there were also many disciples of the 3 6-star sections. Among them, there were 7 or 8 disciples of the Divine Bird Palace. If Lin Xian went out at this time, he would definitely be besieged. The girl in the black dress also saw the disciples of the moon-embracing pavilion. She was excited, but soon calmed down. Especially at this time, she couldn't act rashly. Otherwise, Lin Xian could turn her into ashes with just a thought. There are so many people, do you still want to go? The girl in the black dress asked. Of course. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. As long as we change our appearance and presence, and I don't use my sword, they won't be able to find us. Hearing this, the girl in the black dress was speechless. This Lin Xian was simply too bold. He actually dared to appear in front of so many enemies. If they were accidentally exposed, the consequences would be very dangerous. After that, the two of them quietly knocked out the two disciples of the Golden Light sect and changed into their clothes. The Golden Light School was a 5-star sect and belonged to the moon-embracing pavilion. As his muscles and bones changed, Lin Xian's figure and appearance changed. He used to be a handsome young man, but now he had become a burly man. The girl in the black dress used a method to change their auras. Soon, their appearances were completely changed. After reaching the spirit transformation realm, changing one's appearance was a small matter, but the most difficult thing to change was the fluctuation of one's aura. However, with a disguise expert like the girl in the black dress, it wasn't difficult for her to change her aura. Lin Xian straightened his clothes and swaggered towards the ancient ruins. There were indeed many martial artists coming and going, at least 100 of them, so no one paid attention to Lin Xian and the black-dressed girl. Standing in the crowd, Lin Xian paid close attention to his surroundings. After that, he understood the general situation. It turned out that this was a palace that had never been opened before. It was discovered by the people of the deity Sword Manor, and the news spread. More and more people came here. These people gathered here and discussed animatedly. A few hot-tempered martial artists rushed over, but they were sent flying by a sword light at the entrance. The 3 martial artists rolled for over 1,000 meters before they finally stopped. The armor on their bodies had been split open, and their bodies had almost been cut in half. The 3 of them were early-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artists, but they couldn't withstand a sword light at the entrance. As expected of an ancient ruin. Even the entrance was so dangerous. Lin Xian was speechless. The others were even more shocked and worried, not knowing what to do. Lin Xian looked over, and then his gaze stopped on a swordsman as white as snow. That person stood there alone. Although he didn't release any powerful aura, no one dared to get within 30 meters of him. So powerful. His sword intent is condensed but not released, and he can control it with ease. Lin Xian nodded inwardly. This young man in white was undoubtedly a peerless swordsman. In addition, he also saw the people of the Divine Bird Palace. These people were surrounding a tall young man. The young man was 2 meters tall, and his skin was tattooed with black lines. He also had a pair of black wings attached to his back. Who is that? Lin Xian asked in a low voice. He is Jiu Moyan of the Divine Bird Palace. His strength has reached the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm. He is ranked 3rd among the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace. Ranked 3rd. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He found that Jiu Moyan's cultivation was the strongest among the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace. Such a person is ranked 3rd. I think there should be 2 more martial artists stronger than him who haven't come yet. At this moment, he had a better understanding of the power of the Divine Bird Palace. These people were far stronger than the geniuses of the Tiannan region. No wonder those 3 disciples of the Divine Bird Palace were so arrogant. In addition to the white-clothed swordsman and Jiu Moyan, there was also a woman in purple who was equally eye-catching. The woman's black hair was like a waterfall, casually tied up with a strand of black hair. There was no expression on her beautiful face. Proud twin peaks, a slim waist, and a pair of long, slender legs that were faintly discernible in her dress. This was definitely a stunner that could make countless men go crazy. However, no one dared to be disrespectful to her. This was because the woman's cultivation was abnormally strong. She had also reached the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm. To think that such a strong person could destroy a group of martial artists with a raise of her hand. Not long after, the white-clothed swordsman finally moved. His figure flickered as he quickly ran toward the ancient palace. A dazzling sword chi shot out from his body. The sword light was dazzling as he became one with the sword. In an instant, he broke through the sword chi at the gate and successfully entered the palace. Seeing someone enter, the others couldn't remain calm. Especially Jiu Moyan of the Divine Bird Palace and Yu Qingqing of the Moon-Embracing Pavilion. The two of them also moved quickly. These two people were both at the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm. Their attacks were extremely fierce. They quickly led their fellow disciples into the ancient palace. It wasn't so easy for the others. Fortunately, there were many people left. If they worked together, they could still enter. Lin Xian mixed in with the crowd. After several attempts, he finally entered. There was a faint oppressive feeling in the palace. After Lin Xian entered, he immediately felt an invisible force fill the surroundings. It made the spirit power in his body circulate much slower. How strange, it can actually suppress cultivation. Lin Xian was surprised. He found that the strength in the palace was only about 2/3 of the outside world. However, it wasn't just him. Everyone else who entered would have their strength suppressed by 1/3. After learning this news, Lin Xian revealed a smile. He had tested it. It was only the circulation of spirit power and the use of spirit power that was suppressed. Chapter 5:13. Lin Xian's Metal Thunder body had just advanced. Not only was his body strong, but his strength was also terrifying. Even if he didn't use a sword art, it wouldn't be difficult for him to tear apart an early-stage spirit-detecting martial artist with his bare hands. This was the benefit of the Metal Thunder body. In fact, the Metal Thunder body was an ancient body refinement technique that was extremely powerful. One could tell how terrifying it was just from the large amount of lightning energy it required. You can steal the treasure, but you can't let anyone discover your identity, and don't even think about escaping. Lin Xian said to the girl in black beside him. He wouldn't stop the girl in black from stealing, but the prerequisite was that she didn't cause trouble for him. Lin Xian and the girl in black mixed in the crowd and began to look around. The palace was very spacious and contained a lot of natural treasures. Through the little white monkey, Lin Xian found that there were treasures nearby. Some of them could make spirit-detecting martial artists go crazy. In the corner of the wall, there were 2 black wooden barrels covered in cobwebs. Not only that, but the surroundings were also covered in dust. It was obvious that no one was paying attention to them. However, the little white monkey excitedly pointed at the black wooden barrel. Lin Xian quickly walked over and kicked the wooden barrel to pieces. Behind the wooden barrel, there was a small plant with 3 purple-black fruits. The fruits contained a lot of spirit energy. It was obvious that they were top-grade spirit fruits. Purple Bodhi. Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't think that there would be such a top-grade spirit fruit in this corner. This purple Bodhi was very beneficial to spirit-detecting martial artists. Lin Xian didn't hesitate and quickly picked the 3 purple Bodhi fruits. He gave one to the little white monkey and put away the other 2. The girl in black was shocked. How did Lin Xian know that there were top-grade spirit fruits behind the barrel? It has to be said that her soul wasn't bad, but she had never sensed the existence of top-grade spirit fruits. Many martial artists nearby were shocked. Many of them had outstanding souls and hadn't sensed it either. Moreover, no one expected that there would be top-grade spirit fruits in such an inconspicuous place. Someone saw that Lin Xian was at the spirit transformation realm and sneered. "If you know what's good for you, hand over the spirit fruits. If we're in a good mood, we might spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame us for being merciless." Two martial artists quickly walked over and blocked Lin Xian's path. "It's the black and white swords. They are both at the early stage of spirit detecting martial artists. Did you hear that? Hand over the spiritual fruit obediently and we'll spare your life. Otherwise, both of you will die." The black and white swords exuded a terrifying sword aura that enveloped Lin Xian and the black-dressed girl. The little white monkey stared at the worn-out bull with a mocking look on its face. "You're courting death." The black and white swords were furious. They had never been looked down upon, and the other party was only a little martial artist at the spirit transformation realm. They pulled out their swords, and the black and white sword energies intertwined in the air. They formed a sharp sword light that suddenly fell. Lin Xian let out a cold snort. He advanced instead of retreating. He was like a god of war as he punched out. Golden light flashed on his fist as if it was made of gold. It instantly shattered the sword energies. What? The black and white sword energies were shattered. Who is this brat? His physical body is so terrifying. It's over. The black and white swords have kicked an iron plate. Everyone discussed. The black and white swords were existences that could fight against those at the middle stage of spirit detecting, but their sword energies had been shattered by a single punch. Lin Xian was very fast. After he punched out, his body was like an afterimage as he instantly arrived before the black and white swords. His golden palm danced, and the white-clothed swordsman was sent flying. The black-clothed swordsman was shocked. He knew he had misjudged. He pushed all the spirit energy in his body and quickly retreated. However, Lin Xian was even faster. He was like a shadow as he stuck close to the black-clothed swordsman. The golden palm fell and immediately turned the swordsman's head into a pig's head. Blood and teeth flew everywhere. In an instant, the black and white swords were lying on the ground, moaning. "Big brother, we were wrong. We were wrong. Please let us go. We won't dare to do it again." The black and white swords begged for mercy on the ground. Everyone was shocked and quickly retreated. They looked at Lin Xian in horror. Too strong. Is this still the cultivation of a spirit transformation realm cultivator? He's so strong. He must be an expert. He must have hidden his strength. The surrounding cultivators quickly left. They didn't dare to target Lin Xian. Instead, they looked at the surrounding corners and began to imitate Lin Xian in searching for spirit fruits. Zhao Ziki was also shocked. She knew that Lin Xian's sword arts were fierce and could instantly kill his enemies, but she didn't expect his physical body to be so terrifying. "Let's go," Lin Xian called out. He didn't feel any sense of accomplishment after defeating two early-stage spirit detection realm cultivators. The little white monkey bared its teeth and turned into a ray of white light. It quickly took the storage rings of the black and white swords. Then Lin Xian and the little white monkey swept through everything. Every time they took action, they would find precious heavenly treasures. This made Zhao Ziki dumbfounded. One or two times could be attributed to luck, but every time Lin Xian took action, he would find a great harvest. This wasn't something that could be explained by luck. Taking a deep breath, she threw away all the distracting thoughts in her heart and began to search for opportunities with all her strength. A crossroad appeared in front of them. Lin Xian didn't delay and rushed toward the right path. Zhao Ziki followed closely behind. She was now sure that Lin Xian had some kind of secret technique that could help him search for heavenly treasures. On the right side of the path, there were stone statues that were 100 feet tall. These stone statues were wearing battle armor and holding shields and spears. They were very powerful. Originally, Lin Xian didn't have time to appreciate these stone statues, but the little white monkey told him that there was something extraordinary inside one of the shields. He swung his fist and smashed the shield into pieces. Suddenly, a piece of pitch-black withered wood fell out from inside. What is this? Lin Xian was stunned. Even though he had seen a lot, he still didn't know what this black wood was. He was just about to ask the Wine Lord when a cold voice came from behind him. Withered divine wood. It is the remains of a 10,000-year-old spirit wood. If a martial artist uses it, their soul force will be refined. This is indeed a soul-type spirit wood. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned and quickly turned around. There was a group of people walking toward him from behind. At the front was a woman in purple. She had a beautiful face and a proud figure. Enchanting. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't think that he would meet someone from the moon-embracing pavilion here. If the other party attacked, he wouldn't have been able to resist in his current state. Unless he exposed his identity. Don't worry, I won't steal it. There was a trace of pride in this voice. With her status, she naturally wouldn't steal something from a spirit transformation realm martial artist. Chapter 5:14. Hearing this, Zhao Ziqi's body trembled slightly, then she looked at Lin Xian. In that instant, she had the urge to shout for help, but she forcefully stopped herself. She knew that Lin Xian definitely couldn't beat senior sister Enchanting, but if Lin Xian wanted to leave, these people might not be able to stop him. And no matter what the result was for Lin Xian, the first to die would definitely be her. So she was very nervous now and didn't dare to reveal any flaws. Fortunately, the two of them disguised themselves very well and didn't arouse Enchanting's suspicion. Lin Xian's heart also moved. With his ability to find treasures, he would encounter other big forces sooner or later. At that time, it would probably cause a big battle. It was better to follow the moon-embracing pavilion's team. This way, he could secretly search for treasures and avoid unnecessary trouble. Thinking of this, he revealed a trace of excitement and cupped his fists gratefully. Thank you, fairy. Lin Xian had already secretly handed the withered god wood to Wine Lord. With Wine's soul state, he needed soul-nourishing spirit herbs. Lin Xian and Zhao Ziqi both joined the moon-embracing pavilion's team. The group set off towards the depths of the palace. The distribution in the team was very simple. Whoever found it would get it. If it was a team, it would be distributed according to the corresponding contribution. There seems to be the aura of a demonic beast ahead. A moon-embracing pavilion disciple said. Let's go take a look. Enchanting made a decision. She waved her hand and led everyone forward. Not long after, a circular iron door appeared on the wall. There was an ancient restriction on it. This is a team operation. The items will be distributed according to one's contribution. So if you have any ability, don't hold back. Enchanting said. Other than the 6 moon-embracing pavilion disciples in this team, the others were all 5-star affiliated sections. Among them, there were many disciples who were proficient in array formations. Their eyes shone brightly as they quickly came to the iron door and began to break the restriction. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He also had a certain amount of research on array formations. However, he didn't have any intention of making a move. Firstly, he didn't want to expose too much of his strength. Secondly, he didn't care about those contribution points. He had a special way to search for treasures. Soon, the restriction was broken, and everyone worked together to open the black iron door. Boom boom. Behind the iron door, a round hole appeared, and a strong demonic aura came from within. This demonic aura caused many people's expressions to change. Judging from the aura, most of them should be 8th or 9th ranked demonic beasts. However, there were many people in the group. Moreover, there was a peerless genius like Enchanting leading the group. Therefore, the crowd was not very afraid. After some preparations, Enchanting led her people into the circular cave. There was a completely different world inside. It wasn't a regular house, but something similar to a cave. The deeper they went, the denser the demonic aura became. Lin Xian followed the group. Suddenly, he frowned and secretly told Zhao Ziki to prepare her defenses. At this moment, Enchanting, who was at the front, gave an order, "Everyone, prepare your defenses. There are demonic beasts attacking." Hearing this, everyone was shocked and quickly activated their defenses. Sure enough, in the next moment, an overwhelming number of black shadows flew out from the inside of the cave and pounced on everyone. Lin Xian took a closer look and realized that the black shadows were all gigantic vampire bats. His eyes were scarlet red, and his body emitted a strong smell of blood. Those vampire bats all had the cultivation of a spirit transformation realm warrior. Although their cultivation wasn't very high, there were a lot of them. Attack! End the battle quickly. We can't be surrounded by them. Enchanting said in a deep voice. There were about 20 people in the group. At this moment, they all attacked, and the momentum was very terrifying. In an instant, countless vampire bats were blown up and turned into a bloody mist. However, even more vampire bats flew out from the inside of the cave. They covered the sky and the earth as if there was no end to them. No, there are too many vampire bats. If only Ziki was here. She's proficient in beast taming. She would definitely be able to get rid of these bats quickly. The disciples of the Moon Pavilion sighed. Forget it, stop talking. Let's fight. Lin Xian blended into the crowd and easily sent the vampire bats beside him flying. He sent a voice transmission to Zhao Ziki. Do you have a way to get rid of these vampire bats? Zhao Ziki pondered for a moment, then replied, These are Dark Night vampire bats. They are demonic beasts left behind from ancient times. These demonic beasts are the craziest. They won't stop until they're full of blood. However, these Dark Night vampire bats also have an obvious characteristic, which is that they follow orders very well. If we can find the Bat King, we can definitely control them. There must be a Bat King in the depths of this cave. Understood, Lin Xian said. Then, he pretended to be scared and shouted, Heavens, these ordinary bats are already at the spirit transformation realm. Wouldn't the leader in the depths be very strong? Why don't we retreat before we go too deep? As soon as he said that, many people looked at him with disdain. However, Enchanting seemed to have grasped something. Then, she said in a deep voice, Hurry up and break out. There should be a leader like the Bat King inside. As long as we get rid of the Bat King leader, these ordinary bats should collapse on their own. This woman isn't stupid. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. Zhao Ziki covered her face, and the corner of her mouth twitched. This guy could actually send messages like this. Enchanting took the lead. Her palms danced, and the sharp wind from her palms struck down a group of vampire bats every time. With her late-stage spirit detection realm cultivation, it was very easy for her to deal with these spirit transformation realm demonic beasts. It was like cutting vegetables. In addition to her, there were a few powerful mid-stage spirit detection realm martial artists following closely behind. They quickly killed their way into the cave. Not long after, an extremely anxious and angry roar came from the depths of the cave. The sound wave was like a tide, causing everyone's aura to churn. This sound wave made the attacking ordinary vampire bats extremely anxious. They stopped attacking Lin Xian and the others and flew back into the cave. Like a black tide, they quickly retreated. "Let's go and help the fatally beautiful fairy." The others in the group quickly followed. "Little Xian, pay attention to the ground around you." Wine Lord suddenly transmitted his voice. During this time, Wine Lord had been recuperating. Now that he reminded them, it must be something very important. Lin Xian activated his soul power and probed the ground and the surrounding corners. At first, he didn't find anything. However, as time passed, he noticed a slight difference. The battle just now was very intense. About 1,000 demonic beasts had died. Many of these bats exploded into blood mists, while others had their bodies split open. In short, corpses piled up everywhere. The blood had turned into a small river. However, through his soul power, Lin Xian discovered that the blood was seeping into the ground at a faster rate than normal. "There's something underground absorbing the blood." Lin Xian was shocked. If he didn't think carefully, he wouldn't have noticed it. However, he couldn't be sure what it was. "In any case, be careful," Wine Lord warned. Chapter 5:15. Then, he gradually slowed down and arrived at the back of the group. He flicked his finger and shot out wisps of black dragon flames, which were hidden in the surroundings for use at critical moments. After doing all that, he followed the group into the cave. When he arrived, the battle was already over. Enchanting was a top prodigy, so she killed the Bat King very quickly. The Bat King's body was split in half and fell into a pool of blood. Enchanting, on the other hand, was spotless like a fairy. It seemed that this battle didn't consume much of her strength. She was indeed a top prodigy of the 6 Stars Intermediate sect. She was indeed powerful. Lin Xian was speechless. Judging from the Bat King's aura, it was definitely at the late stage of the spirit detecting realm. Coupled with the ancient beast bloodline, it should be able to easily kill martial artists of the same level. However, this huge Bat King had died in Enchanting's hands. One could imagine how terrifying Enchanting was. Lin Xian looked up. His gaze skipped over Enchanting and landed on the 3 huge caves behind her. Behind the Bat King's corpse, there were 3 black caves. Lin Xian could sense the aura of spirit herbs and spirit fruits from inside. It should be the Dark Knight Bat's belongings. However, at this moment, they had become everyone's spoils of war. Enchanting stood in the center like a queen. She quickly gave orders for everyone to take out all the items and distribute them according to their battle performance. This was agreed upon beforehand, so no one had any objections. Zhao Ziki wiped the sweat off her forehead. She followed beside Lin Xian curiously. Lin Xian didn't use too much strength in the battle just now, so his battle achievements were very ordinary. If they were to distribute according to Enchanting's plan, Lin Xian wouldn't be able to get much. With her understanding of Lin Xian, he definitely wouldn't give up the treasures so easily. He must have other reasons for doing so. Therefore, she secretly paid attention to Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian hid the little white monkey in his sleeve. He blended into the crowd and secretly released his soul power into his eyes. His eyes flashed and then returned to normal. However, Lin Xian was already able to perceive the situation inside the cave. It had to be said that there were quite a lot of things in the cave. There were about 12 things in each cave. In total, there were more than 40 stalks. These spirit grasses and spirit fruits were extremely precious and could not be found in the outside world. Moreover, they were very old and were all over 1,000 years old. Even in the Lost Lands, it would take months to find everything. But now, he had obtained so many spiritual herbs through just one battle. It could be said that it was very worth it. Lin Xian quickly identified the spirit herbs and spirit fruits. He could not take all of them, not even most of them. That would attract other people's attention. Therefore, he only chose the 2 best items in each cave. This way, he could ensure the greatest profit and not arouse the suspicion of others. After choosing his target, Lin Xian lightly patted the snow-white monkey in his sleeve. The latter grinned and fiddled with the small bowl in his hand. During this time, Zhao Ziki kept a close eye on Lin Xian. At first, she did not notice anything unusual about Lin Xian. However, in the next moment, Lin Xian swiped his finger across the storage belt on his waist. This process was very fast. The others were busy counting the spoils of war and did not notice. Even Yu Qingqing did not know. However, Zhao Ziki kept a close eye on Lin Xian. Moreover, her soul power was not weak. Therefore, even though Lin Xian was very fast, she still caught a trace of his aura. That's a supreme-grade spiritual herb. And it's 3,000 years old. Zhao Ziki was shocked. She did not know where Lin Xian got it from. Could it be? She suddenly had a premonition in her heart. Then, her beautiful eyes stared at Lin Xian. Soon, she realized that Lin Xian had put the 2nd supreme-grade spiritual herb into his storage ring. This time, it was a 5,000-year-old one. Zhao Ziki's eyes widened and she almost exclaimed. Her heart was in turmoil. Lin Xian collected the supreme-grade spiritual herbs several times. Then, he turned around and smiled at Zhao Ziki. Zhao Ziki was afraid and quickly lowered her head. However, she was very shocked. She saw clearly that Lin Xian had collected a total of 6 times. He had obtained a 5,000-year-old spiritual herb, a 4,000-year-old spiritual herb, and the rest were around 3,000-year-old spiritual herbs. At this time, all the spiritual herbs in the 3 caves had been counted. There were more than 40 spiritual herbs. There were 4 3,000-year-old spiritual herbs, more than 10 2,000-year-old spiritual herbs, and the rest were 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs. Although these spiritual herbs were precious, none of them were more valuable than the ones in Lin Xian's hands. Zhao Ziki was shocked. She was now sure that Lin Xian had obtained the spiritual herbs from the cave. As for how he did it, she still did not know. After the distribution, Lin Xian only obtained a 500-year-old spiritual herb. He did not care about this. He had already taken the best spiritual herbs in the cave. Especially the 5,000-year-old spiritual herb. All the spiritual herbs in the hands of Yu Qingqing and the rest were not even worth that one. However, Zhao Ziki's little face was bitter. In the battle just now, she did not play much of a role. Hence, she was only given an 800-year-old spiritual herb. Lin Xian patted the little white monkey. The latter jumped onto Zhao Ziki's shoulder and bared its teeth. Zhao Ziki was shocked. At first, she thought that Lin Xian was dissatisfied with her observation and wanted to teach her a lesson. However, she later found out that it was not like this. The little white monkey was jumping around as if it was hinting at something. She looked at the little white monkey's paw and revealed a puzzled expression. You mean to say that there is something there? The little white monkey nodded its head and made a funny face. Then, Zhao Ziki half believed and half doubted. She stood up and walked to a corner. She waved her hand and pierced through the mountain rock. Suddenly, a small part of the mountain collapsed, revealing the situation inside. There was a jasper plant with 2 sparkling and translucent fruits on it. Zhao Ziki's actions attracted everyone's attention. When everyone saw the spiritual fruits, they were all stunned. It was a 2,000-year-old spiritual fruit. Zhao Ziki was even more shocked. Her heart was in turmoil. She did not expect the little white monkey to be so magical. It actually gave her a 2,000-year-old spiritual fruit. Although it was not as good as a 3,000-year-old spiritual fruit, it was enough for her. She was only at the peak of the spirit transformation realm. A 3,000-year-old spiritual fruit was too wasteful and would attract the attention of others. Seeing everyone's puzzled gazes, Zhao Ziki smiled and spread out her hands. It was just luck. You are too lucky. You and your husband are too lucky. It is really enviable. Lin Xian and Zhao Ziki were stunned. Husband and wife. Chapter 5:16. Under everyone's envious gazes, Zhao Ziki quickly came to Lin Xian's side and said in a low voice, "Thank you." Now her feelings for Lin Xian were very complicated. As a captive, she should hate Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian didn't mistreat her during this period of time. Instead, he gave her a 2,000-year-old spirit fruit. This made her a little confused. She didn't understand what Lin Xian was planning. What are you thanking me for? You're my wife. This is what I should do. Lin Xian waved his hand and pulled Zhao Ziki into his arms. Zhao Ziki's body stiffened. She didn't know why Lin Xian would do such an intimate action in a public place. Soon, Lin Xian transmitted his voice. Don't move. Yu Qingqing is watching us. Sure enough, Zhao Ziki felt two cold eyes staring at them. Their heaven-defying luck did attract Yu Qingqing's attention. However, she didn't find any flaws after observing for a while, so she could only give up. Okay, we've distributed the items. Let's go to the next place, Yu Qingqing said. Everyone left happily, discussing their gains from just now. On the other hand, Lin Xian frowned slightly. He had a bad feeling about this. Everyone went back the way they came. Soon, the mountain walls on both sides broke open. Dozens of giant tentacles danced like demons. The cultivators in the group didn't expect there to be danger in the dark. Their vigilance was very low. Soon, cultivators screamed as they were pulled to the ground by the giant tentacles. Not good, there are demonic beasts. Everyone, break out. Yu Qingqing's face was cold. She didn't sense this unknown threat and could only organize a temporary counterattack. However, the tentacle monster was clearly much stronger than the vampire bats. Ordinary early-stage spirit-detecting realm cultivators couldn't hurt the soft tentacles at all. Only Yu Qingqing could break through the defense of the giant tentacles. Let's go. We'll save as many as we can. At this time, Yu Qingqing didn't have time to care about the others. She led the moon-embracing pavilion disciples and rushed forward. Puff puff puff. The other cultivators screamed and fled frantically. Two of the tentacles quickly rushed towards Lin Xian and Zhao Ziki. Zhao Ziki shouted and waved her hand, forming a huge palm of light that covered the sky and rushed towards the sky. However, when these palms hit the tentacles, they only made earth-shattering noises and did not hurt them at all. Lin Xian punched out. Golden light filled the sky and swept out in all directions. However, he was only able to blast the tentacles away. He was unable to break through its defense. What a strange tentacle. Lin Xian discovered that his terrifying strength had been diffused by the soft tentacle in a clever manner. Unless he used his sword intent to forcefully break it, he would not be able to injure the other party with just his physical strength. Fortunately, he had secretly laid down the black dragon flames. At this moment, he quickly activated the black dragon flames, forming black flames that burned fiercely. The black dragon's flames were abnormally terrifying. Those tentacles were set ablaze the moment they came into contact with the flames, twisting and evading them. Seeing this, everyone followed behind Lin Xian and broke out of the encirclement. Enchanting led the disciples of the moon-embracing pavilion outside the stone door. Only then did she heave a sigh of relief. That was close. We almost died inside just now. It's a pity for those affiliated sect martial artists. Forget it. The situation just now was urgent. Senior apprentice sister, you couldn't save them. Let's go. Several disciples of the moon-embracing pavilion wanted to leave this place. At this time, the sound of breaking air came from the stone door again. One figure after another scurried out in a sorry state, panting heavily. Damn it, we finally escaped. I thought we were going to die inside. Everyone felt like they had survived a disaster. The disciples of the moon-embracing pavilion were stunned. With their strength, they were only able to escape with the help of Enchanting. How did these people come out? Could it be that the monster bear retreated? Very soon, the disciples of the moon-embracing pavilion learned that a mysterious flame actually appeared in the cave and burned the monster away. Everyone was able to escape. Everyone was surprised but did not think too much about it. After all, the interior of this palace was very strange. Since a tentacle monster could appear, it was not strange for a flame to appear. However, Enchanting frowned slightly. Her gaze swept over those disciples who escaped, seemingly thinking about something. In the depths of the palace, the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace were fighting a giant monster beast. It was a minotaur with a body as large as a mountain. It held a giant bronze axe in its hand and swung it in all directions. The axe shadows were continuous and each strike had the power to kill a spirit-detecting realm martial artist. The people of the Divine Bird Palace did not dare to fight back and could only hide far away. Not only that, when their attacks hit the bull-headed demonic beast, they only created sparks, but did not leave any substantial damage. What kind of monster is this? How can it be so strong? Senior apprentice brother Joe, what do we do? Do we still want to attack? Joe demonic flame's face sank. He did not think that this monster would be so difficult to deal with that they could not suppress it. However, he was unwilling to retreat at this time because there were several milky white crystals behind the minotaur. The dove demonic flame's gaze towards them was filled with intense heat. Hold on a little longer. Find a way to lure this beast away. While the Divine Bird Palace was attacking the giant minotaur, Xian and the others were also rushing over. After the destruction of the tentacle monster, there were only 11 people left in the team, which was almost half of what it was before. Enchanting took the lead and hid nearby, looking at the battlefield. Hey, it's the ancient demonic cow clan. He turned to everyone and said, this is an ancient demonic cow. It should have reached the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. You must be careful. Peak of the spirit-detecting realm. No wonder the people of the Divine Bird Palace could not take it down. The Divine Bird Palace is fighting so hard. They must have something good. Everyone watched excitedly. Lin Xian was also curious. He focused his soul power on his eyes and looked over. Soon, he found the white crystal. Essence of the earth. Then, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He had obtained the essence of the earth before, and its effect was simply heaven-defying. No matter how serious his injuries were, he could quickly recover. The effect of this essence of the earth was even better. Not only could it instantly heal injuries, but it could also cleanse the body, allowing a martial artist's body to achieve another breakthrough. It had to be known that martial artists' cultivation was to constantly improve their bodies. During this process, there were some martial artists with powerful bloodlines who had an innate advantage. This was because they were born with extremely powerful physiques and bloodlines. If ordinary martial artists wanted to catch up to them, they would need to use heavenly treasures to cleanse their bodies, strengthen their bodies, and improve themselves. Moreover, this thing was also very tempting to martial artists with bloodlines because it had a certain probability of strengthening their bloodline power. Therefore, the essence of the earth was definitely a good thing. Not only Lin Xian, but everyone's hearts were burning. They wanted to rush up immediately. But they also knew that even the Divine Bird Palace could not solve it. Even if they went up, it would be useless. The huge gap between the spirit-detecting realm was not something that could be made up with numbers. Lin Xian was not worried about this. He had this little white monkey's treasure bowl, so he should be able to get the essence of the earth. Chapter 5:17. If he was targeted, then it would be troublesome. Therefore, what he had to do was to make the scene even more chaotic. In this way, he could take action in the chaos and secretly take away the earth essence. Everyone's eyes were burning for the earth essence behind the ancient demon ox. However, no one made a move. They silently watched the disciples of Divine Bird Palace fight with the ancient demon ox. Yu Qingqing was even more focused, looking for the ancient demon ox's weakness and opportunity to attack. In contrast, Lin Xian was the calmest. At this time, a young man with a hooked nose suddenly turned his head and stared at the direction where Lin Xian and others were hiding. "Who is it? Come out!" An angry roar exploded above the palace like thunder. The disciples of Divine Bird Palace were shocked and stopped fighting and withdrew from the battle. The people of Embracing Moon Pavilion were also surprised. They did not expect Divine Bird Palace to find them so quickly. "That man is Wuji, the strongest tracker of Divine Bird Palace," Zhao Ziki explained in a low voice. "I see." Lin Xian suddenly understood. No wonder the other party could find them so easily. However, Zhao Ziki was better in this regard. Because the people of Divine Bird Palace glanced at them and did not find Lin Xian and Zhao Ziki's abnormalities. I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be a fellow disciple of Embracing Moon Pavilion. "Since you are here, why don't you show yourself?" Jiu Moyin snorted. "Nothing, I just don't want to disturb your battle," Yu Qingqing responded. The disciples of Divine Bird Palace looked at Yu Qingqing and others with some hostility, but Jiu Moyin seemed very relaxed. "Since you are here, why don't we join forces?" With their current strength, it was impossible to lure the ancient demon ox away, let alone seize the earth essence behind it. Jiu Moyin walked out and began to discuss with Yu Qingqing. Then the two discussed and decided to work together. "Everyone, in addition to the earth essence liquid, there are also many treasures in the demon ox cave. Let's work together. When the time comes, Yu Qingqing and I will not take those treasures. We will let you divide them." Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. In front of Yu Qingqing and Jiu Moyin, they had no chance of getting a share of the earth quintessence. However, getting the treasures from the demonic ox cave in the morning was not bad. One had to know that the ancient demon ox was much stronger than the Bat King. The treasures in the Bat King's cave were already shocking enough. Presumably, the treasures in the ancient demon ox's cave would be even more abundant. Thinking of this, everyone's hearts burned with passion. They rubbed their fists and prepared to fight. Seeing that they had roused everyone's emotions, Geodemonic Flame and Yu Qingqing nodded and led everyone to attack the ancient demonic bull once again. Clang! The ancient demonic bull swung its gigantic axe in all directions, causing the ground to tremble. That huge bronze battle axe seemed to weigh tens of thousands of kilograms. It was engraved with strange patterns and looked extremely mysterious. The ancient demonic bull was immensely powerful. It carried the bronze axe and swept it in all directions. An invisible pressure filled the entire space. Everyone collapsed and retreated. Many of the weaker martial artists were sent flying while vomiting blood. This scene was very shocking. Almost 40 spirit-detecting realm martial artists had surrounded an ancient demon beast, but more than half of them had been sent flying in the first move. Lin Xian blended into the crowd and only made a few symbolic attacks. He didn't go all out. He wanted to wait for a suitable opportunity. However, Jiu Demonic Flame and Yu Qingqing clearly didn't want to wait any longer. The two of them quickly attacked. An azure gold luster appeared on Yu Qingqing's palm. Rays of light were like tens of thousands of golden threads that hung down into the sky. Then, a terrifying gigantic hand that was comparable to a mountain enveloped the ancient demonic bowl. The star-plucking hand was the ultimate technique of the moon-embracing pavilion. Many people exclaimed, their eyes filled with shock. The fatally beautiful fairy was determined to obtain the essence of the earth, so she took out her ultimate technique right from the start. The star-plucking hand was an earth-grade martial technique that was extremely terrifying. Legend had it that one could pluck real stars when practiced to greater mastery. Although Yu Qingqing didn't have that kind of strength, its power was still very terrifying. The void was like a wave, trembling continuously from the azure gold palm as if it would split open at any time. The gigantic ancient demonic bull's body trembled as it was forced back by this move. It roared angrily, forming a sound wave that could be seen with the naked eye. It swept forward like a wave. With a roar, everything in all directions was shattered. All the martial artists felt their chi and blood churning, and their spirit power couldn't circulate smoothly. Those who were at the early stage of the spirit-detecting realm felt their eardrums tremble, and blood flowed profusely. Lin Xian's body swayed as he pulled Zhao Ziki back to block the sound waves. He was extremely shocked. If he hadn't consumed the golden spirit mushroom and strengthened the golden thunder body, this sound wave would have split his body apart. As expected of an ancient demonic beast, it was indeed terrifying. Even Yu Qingqing had no choice but to dodge. However, she soon attacked again with a terrifying attack. Her purple robes fluttered as if a fairy had descended. At this moment, she formed a seal with her right hand, forming a green moon that blasted downward. On the other side, the dove demonic flame also moved. Purple flame spread around his body, forming a purple sea. The terrifying heat was extremely turbulent, burning the void until it distorted. With a wave of his hand, rays of purple light shot out, interweaving into a flaming divine bird that pounced upward. The ancient demonic bull roared furiously, emitting a demonic aura that formed a demonic fog that shrouded the surroundings. At the same time, it waved its gigantic battle axe rapidly. Ray after ray of axe light split space and time like buckets, rushing in all directions. Fortunately, the ancient palace was abnormally hard and could withstand such a terrifying attack. Otherwise, the entire ground would have sunk. Even so, everyone couldn't withstand it and retreated. Originally, they wanted to lure the ancient demonic bull away, but now it seemed impossible. However, the people of the moon-embracing pavilion and the divine bird palace were not idle. They quickly formed a set of arrays and attacked the ancient demonic bull with everyone's strength. All kinds of lights danced in the air with terrifying momentum. The entire space was in chaos as everyone fell into a frenzied battle. Zhao Ziki followed Lin Xian closely and didn't dare to move. This kind of scene was not something a martial artist of the spirit transformation realm like her could resist. Fortunately, Lin Xian didn't go too deep. He quietly released the little white monkey and let it hide in the dark to quietly attack. After doing this, he followed the crowd as if nothing had happened. The whole scene was extremely chaotic, and so far, no one had been able to break through to the back of the ancient demonic bull. Therefore, no one paid too much attention to the essence of the earth. After all, this kind of battle was extremely dangerous. If they were not careful, they would lose their lives on the spot. The little white monkey hid in the dark and quickly used the treasure bowl. Soon, it got all the essence of the earth. However, it didn't return immediately. Instead, it ran away according to Lin Xian's request. The next moment, the ancient demonic bull noticed something unusual and suddenly became furious. Its huge eyes suddenly turned scarlet, and the demonic aura around it was as if it wanted to devour everything. It roared to the sky. The demonic aura on its body surged and burned fiercely like a flame. A tyrannical force swept out in all directions. Boom! At this moment, everyone was sent flying by this force, including Enchanting and the dove demon flame. What's going on? Why did the demonic bull suddenly go crazy? It's too terrifying. Let's retreat. Chapter 5:18. This is bad. The earth essence behind the ancient demon bull had disappeared, not even a single piece was left. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. Enchanting and Demonic Flame also couldn't believe it. The two of them were late-stage spirit detecting realm experts and could be considered peak existences in the lost place. However, neither of them knew how the earth essence had disappeared. Although they hadn't been paying attention, it was impossible for someone to pass by them. This is bad. I'm afraid we've given our efforts to someone else. Demonic Flame's expression was very ugly. During the battle just now, the ancient demon bull had become a bit irritable. Originally, they thought it was because of the frequent attacks, but now it seemed that the ancient demon bull had already noticed something and was just being held back by them. But who was it that was able to steal the earth essence from us? Enchanting's expression was cold. She didn't believe that someone could be so powerful. Although the two of them were confused and angry, they didn't delay because the ancient demon bull had already gone completely berserk. Waves of terrifying demonic aura filled the sky and forced everyone back. In an instant, the space became abnormally violent. If the ancient demon bull went berserk, no one would be able to stop it. As the ancient demon bull went berserk, the entire area fell into panic. However, it seemed to be concerned about the cave behind it and didn't chase after them. The people from the Divine Bird Palace and the Moon-reaching Pavilion retreated to a safe area with fearful expressions. The battle just now had caused many people to be injured. Even Enchanting and Demonic Flame had consumed a lot of energy. However, their efforts had gone to someone else's benefit. Damn it, who was it? If I find out, I won't let them off. Demonic Flame's expression was ferocious as the purple flames on his body jumped. He was indeed angry. As the third-ranked genius of the Divine Bird Palace, no one had ever dared to play with him, let alone steal a treasure from his hands. But now, the earth essence he had set his eyes on had disappeared right under his nose. The most infuriating thing was that he didn't even know who had stolen it. Enchanting was also depressed. She had originally wanted to use the earth essence to improve her body and improve her cultivation. However, after fighting for so long, she hadn't even seen a speck of it. The others were also shocked and began to discuss it. Zhao Ziki looked at Lin Xian, and her heart was in turmoil. She didn't need to think to know that it was this guy's doing. She was becoming more and more curious about Lin Xian's identity. What kind of person was able to quietly snatch a heavenly treasure from the hands of two 6-star sects? Lin Xian's face was expressionless, but his heart was bursting with joy. The essence of the earth was enough for him to complete a transformation. Moreover, throughout the entire process, he did not expend a single bit of energy. He had effortlessly put away this heavenly treasure that would make anyone's eyes red with envy. Moreover, no one had noticed. This feeling was simply too great. Enchanting scanned the crowd. When she saw Lin Xian, she was stunned for a moment. She frowned slightly. Seeing Lin Xian's neat clothes, she felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Feeling Yu Qingqing's gaze, Lin Xian was on high alert, but he still appeared very calm. At this moment, another shocking aura came from the depths of the palace. That aura was like a flood, like a vast ocean, rolling over, making one's heart tremble. So terrifying. What kind of aura is that? Everyone was shocked and stood up one after another. Yu Qingqing and Geodemonic Flame also looked solemn as they looked into the distance. Lin Xian was even more shocked. He felt that a sword intent was awakening. Let's go and take a look. Many people moved, and Lin Xian followed behind. Now that he had obtained the treasure, he did not want to mingle with the crowd. In front of them, the aura was getting stronger and stronger, as if it was going to envelop the entire palace. At the same time, a shocking sword intent rushed up and fought against the monstrous aura. Yi Linyun. Feeling the sword intent, Yu Qingqing and Geodemonic Flame's expressions changed at the same time. Then, the two of them turned into flowing light and quickly left. The others were also shocked and sped up. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Xian and Zhao Ziki quietly left the group. No one noticed this process. Wuji Lin Xian brought Zhao Ziki to a corner. A snow-white monkey jumped out with a small worn-out bowl on its head. Inside the bowl was the sparkling and translucent earth essence. Lin Xian was overjoyed and gave some to the snow-white monkey. Then, he put away the majority of the earth essence. Zhao Ziki was shocked. Although she had already guessed it, seeing Lin Xian obtain all of the earth essence with her own eyes was still very shocking. Now was not a good time to consume it, so Lin Xian decided to consume it after leaving the palace. Then, he and Zhao Ziki took action. The two of them changed their appearance and aura again. This time, they did not deliberately disguise themselves as anyone. Lin Xian's appearance was somewhat cold this time. His sharp face was full of determination. Taking a deep breath, the two of them ran toward the aura fluctuation. This aura was too strong, attracting the attention of all the martial artists in the entire palace. For a time, all the martial artists who came in all ran in that direction. Lin Xian brought Zhao Ziki and quickly arrived at the source of the aura. Many martial artists gathered in front. Among them, Yu Qingqing, Geodemonic Flame, and the rest were all there. At the forefront, there was a white figure. He was dressed in white and carried an ancient sword on his back. It was deity sword Villa's Yi Linyun. At this moment, he was completely different from his previous calm and indifferent self. He was like a peerless divine sword that was incomparably sharp. A terrifying sword essence permeated the air, causing his surroundings to become extremely dangerous. Everywhere was filled with sword essence. Great success, sword essence! Lin Xian exclaimed. He saw a great success sword essence again. Moreover, this sword essence was far more skillful than Zhou Jianying's. It must have been in the great success realm for a long time. In front of them, there was an exquisite pagoda that was emitting light like an immortal treasure. Rays of light hung down. They were crystal clear and made it look extremely mysterious. Everyone was excited. Everyone knew that there must be an incredible treasure inside. However, no one dared to go forward because Yi Linyun was in front. However, Yi Linyun had no intention of making a move. He just stood there cautiously. Finally, someone could not take it anymore. A thin and tall youth ran out. He turned into a bolt of lightning and flashed past quickly. However, when he was about 10 feet away from the sharp pagoda, there was a fluctuation at the entrance. It was like a sword wave that rushed over fiercely. Puff! That person was hit and spat out blood as he retreated. As expected, it was not so easy to enter. Of course, there were also people who did not believe it. They tried one after another, but they were all injured and flew back. Yu Qingqing frowned. She looked at the scene in front of her, and the doubt in her heart grew. Suddenly, her heart trembled as she finally understood. She knew what she had overlooked. Oh no, we've been tricked. Yu Qingqing suddenly turned her head. Her gaze was like lightning as she swept her gaze behind her. This gaze carried the pressure of a late-stage spirit-detecting realm cultivator, causing many people to tremble. Senior Sister Yu, what's wrong? The disciples of the moon-embracing pavilion were puzzled. Chapter 5:19. The disciples of the moon pavilion were terrified. They didn't know what could make Yu Qingqing so shocked. Yu Qingqing's eyes were like lightning as she scanned the surroundings with a terrifying pressure. Then, she frowned even more because she couldn't find the person she was looking for. Senior Sister Yu, who are you looking for? A disciple asked. Where are the two martial artists from the Golden Light sect? Did any of you see them? Hearing this, the surrounding disciples were stunned. They looked around and found that the two disciples from the Golden Light sect were indeed gone. I don't know. Maybe there's something else. Everyone guessed that not everyone was willing to come to such a dangerous place. Send someone to find those two. We must find them. Senior Sister, what's wrong? Why are you looking for those two? The disciples of the Moon Pavilion were even more confused. I suspect that those two are related to the disappearance of the Earth Essence. What? That's impossible. Everyone was shocked. Those two are only in the spirit transformation realm. How could they steal the Earth Essence? Spirit transformation realm. Yu Qingqing's voice was cold. Did you notice anything different about them? Different? Many people were silent and tried to recall, but they couldn't remember what was different. I observed them before, especially that man. His clothes were too neat. Neat? You still don't understand. In the battle with the ancient demonic bull, none of you were injured. You were all covered in scars. But the two spirit transformation realm martial artists were unharmed. Even their clothes weren't damaged at all. Isn't that obvious? Hearing this, everyone was shocked and suddenly realized something. That's right. Even people as strong as them were injured by the sound waves and demonic aura. However, the two spirit transformation realm martial artists were unharmed. What did this mean? The two of them must have hidden their strength. Thinking of this, everyone felt a lingering fear. There were such hidden peerless experts beside them. The Golden Light sect is so bold to arrange such experts beside us. Do you think it's the Golden Light sect? With their methods, they definitely aren't from the Golden Light sect. The two of them might have left the palace by now. Then what should we do? Send some people to search. The others stay here and wait for the opportunity. Yu Qingqing sighed. She did not have high hopes of finding those two. After all, no matter who obtained a heaven-defying treasure like the quintessence of the earth, they would definitely hide and attempt to break through. Lin Xian stood in the crowd and laughed in his heart. It was a little too late for these people to react now. However, the fact that the woman was able to tell whether he was faking it or not from the neatness of his clothes was beyond his expectations. However, Yu Qingqing's final judgment was wrong. Lin Xian did not leave. Instead, he returned to their side. This time, Lin Xian wasn't with Zhao Ziki, but acted alone. This time, there would probably be a huge battle. If he brought Zhao Ziki with him, it would definitely be very troublesome. Moreover, he wasn't worried about Zhao Ziki betraying him, because as long as he willed it, he could activate the Black Dragon Flames. Currently, there was no one in the Lost Lands who could dispel the Black Dragon Flames. In front of him, the Linglong Pagoda shone brightly, sending down thousands of rays of multicolored light. Bang! 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 Suddenly, waves of fluctuations came from the exquisite pagoda. It was like the sound of war drums, with an inexplicable rhythm. The fluctuations were small at first, but they quickly expanded. Finally, the entire space trembled with the rhythm. Everyone's hearts trembled, and their faces turned pale. They felt that the rhythm seemed to have a magical power. It was as if a pair of large feet were stepping on their hearts, causing their hearts to beat with the rhythm. Puff! Some of the weaker ones spat out blood and were sent flying. The surrounding martial artists retreated in fear. Only a small portion of them could withstand it. Most of them were from 6-star sects, but there were a few top martial artists from 5-star sections. They resisted the inexplicable fluctuations with all their might. Among them, Yi Linyun stood at the front. He activated his greater success sword essence, and terrifying sword chi swept out in all directions. Once the sword essence appeared, the clouds moved, and the sharp sword chi slashed everything in front of him. Then, he walked toward the exquisite pagoda with a long sword in his hand. Enchanting and Geodemonic Flame were not willing to be left behind. The moon behind Enchanting was hazy as she stood in the sky, emitting rays of light. The hazy moonlight blocked the mysterious rhythm outside her body. Purple flames danced around Geodemonic Flame like a sea of purple flames, burning everything. The three of them slowly walked toward the exquisite pagoda. Other than them, the others also used their own methods to move forward. Among them, a cold-looking man was the strongest. He walked as if he was taking a stroll and quickly walked toward the exquisite pagoda. His speed was even faster than Yi Linyun's group. Who is that person? He's so terrifying that he can resist that terrifying rhythm. I've never seen him before, but why do I feel that he's more relaxed than Yi Linyun's group? No way, when did such a peerless expert appear in the Lost Lands? Enchanting looked back at the cold-looking young man and frowned. She shouted, "Stop him." Ever since she suffered a loss, she was extremely sensitive to unfamiliar experts. Now was a special time, so she decisively ordered people to attack. Go back. A moon-embracing pagoda disciple attacked. That person's cultivation was at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm and could be said to be very powerful. The cold-looking young man was naturally Lin Xian. When he saw the moon-embracing pagoda disciple attack, a cold smile appeared on his face. He punched out, and the terrifying force caused the surrounding air to condense again. Boom! The moon-embracing pagoda disciple's bright moon palm shattered and turned into specks of light. Then his body was also sent flying by the violent force. What? He was sent flying with one punch. Everyone was shocked and their jaws dropped. That's a martial artist at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm, but he was defeated with one punch. Is that man a martial artist at the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm? Thinking of this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Xian was very satisfied that he had shocked everyone with one punch. However, he knew that under normal circumstances, he would not be able to send his opponent flying with one punch. But now it was different. The terrifying fluctuations from the exquisite pagoda had a strong suppressive effect on martial artists. That martial artist at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm could only use half of his strength. But he was different. He had the devouring sword that could absorb the terrifying fluctuations around him. His strength was not affected at all, so he could send his opponent flying with one punch. Those people did not know this, so they were shocked when they saw this scene. You guys go too. Geodemonic Flame also said. He did not want to have another competitor. Suddenly, two disciples of the Divine Bird Palace walked out, their bodies filled with killing intent. One of them shot out purple flames, and the purple flames condensed into a flame bird that was dozens of feet long, circling around him. Chapter 520. The two huge beasts were dozens of feet tall, completely condensed from spiritual power. They exuded a terrifying aura, like real ancient monsters. Die, kid. The two of them grinned and quickly rushed over. The purple flame divine bird shook, forming a huge claw, and quickly attacked Lin Xian. In an instant, the void was shattered, and the purple flame jumped and burned in all directions. Next to it, the huge thunder beast also roared and rushed over with the endless thunder sea. The two of them joined forces, and their momentum was terrifying. Lin Xian snorted, and his aura rose quickly. His whole person became extremely fierce, exuding a terrifying aura. Streaks of golden lightning circled around his body. Countless golden lightning halos trembled, making him look like the god of thunder. With one step, the whole space trembled. His hands danced, and thunder halos danced in the sky, forming thunder and lightning blades that pierced through the void. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning roared, and suddenly shattered the surrounding area. The golden thunder and lightning were extremely violent, far more violent than the thunder and lightning of the divine bird palace disciples. In an instant, the thunder beast formed by the thunder sea trembled, and its roar stopped. Seeing this, everyone was shocked, and the divine bird palace disciples were even more shocked. The thunder and lightning they used came from the three-headed crimson blood bird, and the thunder and lightning passed down was extremely violent. It was not something that ordinary thunder and lightning could resist. However, the golden thunder and lightning released by the cold-looking man in front of them was too strange, and it was able to suppress their thunder and lightning attribute. This had never happened before. Who is that? Why does he have such a terrifying thunder and lightning power? I don't know, but we must capture this person, or he will be a great enemy of our divine bird palace. The thunder beast formed by the thunder sea was stunned, but the divine bird formed by the purple flame still rushed over. It stretched out its claws, tore through the void, and instantly arrived in front of Lin Xian. Humph, destroy. Lin Xian sneered, and waved his arms. Golden thunder and lightning jumped, intertwining to form a golden thunder blade, exuding a violent aura. With one strike, the whole space seemed to be split open, and endless waves of air surged. The purple divine bird bore the brunt of the attack, and its claws were shattered under the golden thunder blade, and then its whole body was split in half. The purple flames were scattered all over the ground, and the violent energy shockwaves were still raging in the air. Lin Xian withdrew his attack and stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking around disdainfully. The surroundings were silent. Everyone looked ahead in fear, not daring to speak. It was too powerful. The disciples of Divine Bird Palace made a strong move, but the other side countered it with an even stronger method, which shocked everyone. Those sharp eyes, the violent lightning, and the imposing manner of looking down on everything were deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts. This person was definitely a terrifying existence. Perhaps only Yilin Yun and the others could defeat him. After defeating the two disciples of the Divine Bird Palace, Lin Xian once again walked towards the Linglong Pavilion. Geodemonic Flame's face was gloomy. He stared coldly at Lin Xian, wanting to pierce through him. Boy, how dare you hurt a disciple of my Divine Bird Palace? No one in this world can save you. His voice was filled with murderous intent as purple flames danced on his body. You were the ones who provoked me first. If I didn't retaliate, would I have been forced to take a beating? Are you crazy? Lin Xian sneered. Could it be that only your Divine Bird Palace is allowed to attack, and I am not allowed to fight back? You're courting death. How dare you speak to Senior Brother Joe like that? Kowtow and apologize, or no one can save you. The disciples of the Divine Bird Palace angrily shouted. Boy, no matter what you say, you must die today. No one can reward a disciple of my Divine Bird Palace. The purple flames on Geodemonic Flame's body were monstrous, like a demon god. Is that so? Lin Xian sneered, it seems like you're really used to being arrogant. Don't think that everyone in the world will let you go. Boy, you're too arrogant. Die for me. Geodemonic Flame's body released a dazzling light that burned like a divine flame. He stretched out his hand, and the purple flames danced, forming a giant claw that covered the sky. Geodemonic Flame was worthy of being a late-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist. His strength was extremely powerful, and even though his cultivation was suppressed by the Linglong Pavilion, his violent power was not something a mid-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist could compare to. In an instant, the purple flames clawed at Lin Xian, and the flames danced as if they wanted to burn him to ashes. Ha, I thought it was someone powerful, but it turns out it's only a so-so. That's right, obediently let yourself be burned to ashes. The disciples of the Divine Bird Palace sneered. Lin Xian's expression was indifferent. The golden lightning patterns on his body flashed, forming a ring of lightning that constantly vibrated and pushed back the purple demonic claw. Then, Lin Xian punched out, directly hitting the purple demonic claw and sending it flying. The power of this punch was terrifying, and it caused the entire space to tremble. The shockwave of energy swept out in all directions, causing everyone to retreat in shock. What? He got rid of it. This is impossible. The disciples of the Divine Bird Palace screamed like crazy. He can actually compete with Geodemonic Flame. Everyone was stunned. Geodemonic Flame's face was gloomy. In order to resist the fluctuations of the Linglong Pavilion, he could only use half of his strength. Even so, a mid-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist would not be able to resist. However, the other party had blocked it. Who is this person? He doesn't seem to be affected. Geodemonic Flame was shocked. Lin Xian was also shocked. The power of a late-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist was beyond his imagination. Fortunately, he was not affected and could use his full strength, which was why he could compete with Geodemonic Flame. However, this was already his limit. He could not compete with a late-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist. After all, he was only at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm, which was several realms lower than a late-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist. If this news were to spread, it would definitely shock everyone. After all, even in the Tianwu domain, there was no such powerful spirit transformation realm martial artist. After his attack failed, Geodemonic Flame's face turned gloomy. He coldly snorted and attacked again. Purple flames danced in the sky, forming a purple divine spear that emitted a shocking killing intent. Immortal Spear. Geodemonic Flame waved his purple divine spear with all his strength, leaving behind afterimages as it flew through the void. Wherever it passed, the air and the sky exploded. The immortal spear was too terrifying. Not only was its killing intent shocking, but it also contained a trace of immortality. This was not something Lin Xian could resist with his physical body. At the critical moment, he did not hold back. The dragon sword intent in his body rushed out, and a bright sword light swept through the void and ruthlessly slashed down. The 80% dragon sword intent was extremely terrifying. Its power had already surpassed that of a normal large success sword intent. This sword made the heavens and earth lose their color. The sword light crisscrossed and slashed down on the immortal spear. There was a clang, and then the energy ball exploded. The dragon sword intense attack power was unparalleled. Even though the immortal spear contained a trace of immortality, it was still unable to destroy the dragon sword intent. Geodemonic Flame's face darkened when he saw that his immortal spear had been blocked. "Who are you?" he asked sternly.